All right, we're back. Massive Manager has 11 hours on it. Nice. Good to see everyone. All right, so after the first ending, got actually quite a few interesting things to go through, and later we'll be switching to another more complete save to do the second ending and the rest of the tapes and stuff. We'll probably do some extras as well. The doorknob gets all these stats, but he's just constantly in the brig. You can never really use him. And he's gonna start escaping soon enough. First thing that happens in chapter 5. Imagine having 5 chapters. As you're doing other stuff, he will escape. Got Kojimbo here. Get out of here.
You're fired.
There you go. First thing to do is fire Kojima. Konami Simulator 2009. Second not, please. We got Strangelove, who has just joined. Got Paz. And there's some new weapons and food from that. So, let's see what state Zeke is in. Because one of the things we're going to have to do is build Zeke. We got a power unit, we got legs, we don't have a head, and we don't have a walk unit. Okay. So after the first ending is pretty much a recreation of the MGS3 ending, for those of you who missed it. When Kaz says the boss's innocence has been proven, it's because the AI perfectly replicates the boss's actions and thought pattern, meaning that the boss AI did the exact same thing again that the boss did in MGS3, which is pretty much to let Snake win in order to prevent nuclear war. So it wasn't clear before to Strangelove, to Snake even, whether the boss really betrayed the US or not, but it turns out she just let Snake win because her mission was to be killed to prevent war. So the AI does the exact same thing, and I don't know if I'm really a fan of how they put it in the ending itself, because Strangelove kind of puts this mysticism, supernatural almost tone to it. Oh, a ghost in the machine. It's using its heart. That's how they refer to it. That's Huey saying that. But really, it's not supernatural or anything. The concept of ghost in the machine exists. The only thing that's kind of fictional about it is that you have to accept that somehow inputting enough information into the AI perfectly replicates the boss's thought pattern and actions and personality. Once you accept that, everything else kind of falls into place, because then you have a perfect copy of the boss, and we can defer to her actions or what the boss would have done, which is exactly the same. In just 3, she lets Snake win. But yeah, now that we got Strangelove, holy fuck, this is struggling a little bit with the frames. Hold on. Oh, I know why. Why did it reset my freaking encoder settings? That's a little bit annoying, but shit. Okay. Let me see. We might have to do a quick restart. I should check the settings again. Oh, good old frames. Yeah, I was gonna do all the Strangelove's tapes, which is, they're really, really good. Some of the best tapes in the game about AI and the ghost in the machine I was talking about. To recreating somebody's thought pattern and actions artificially. Shit, this is not gonna be good enough for later though. Oh well. Alright, we'll go through all these.
AI stands for artificial intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine, Snake. And it exists.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, They arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the Imitation Game, huh?
You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine. What do the differences even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
It was pardoned years after he died? Well, that doesn't sound terribly useful if you're already dead. Oh well. But yeah, actually part of Strangelove's background, when we listened to her kind of origin story, she used to hang out with Turing. She used to go to his house and talk about math and stars and shit. We'll get those tapes as we try to build Zeke, actually, because she leaves them behind. And when you fight the AI weapons again, you can get them from there. Yeah, we'll have to fight the AI weapons anyway for Zeke.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president, too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will?
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it?
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Oh, wait, the female brain? What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see.
That's the same book that the Blade Runner movie is based on. It's kind of
Is it
cool.
really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was
Big
born.
Medic.
Dream.
No.
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers-L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
Yeah, don't get confused with Big Medic. He was never supposed to be like a certain character in Peace Walker or anything. Of course, now you can go back and be like, oh, my medic is my top medic and combat unit guy, and maybe becomes Big Medic, but he's literally just a random dude in a helicopter at ground zeros. Because guess what? It wasn't supposed to be another game. As always, these games are made to be the last in the series every time, pretty much. Nothing was planned ahead. Kojima just kept making shit up.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not gonna leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well. to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then,
And then what?
well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well, of one day being reunited with her?
Enough! I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
Oh God. They could do that. Konami's desperate for sequels. Robot boss cyborg snake. Couldn't give him
The
ideas.
opposite direction. What does that mean?
More and more
Well, they already did
AI are
Cyber
becoming
Snake, technically.
systems that specialize in mass information
Cyborg
processing
big boss.
without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive.
Yes, it aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in
She
an
was
AI
talking about
without a
GW.
shred of life to it.
These couple tapes here where they talk about hinting at the fact that she'll be creating the Patriots AI, pretty much. Just described how GW filters and disseminates information.
Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress.
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago. BS is short for boss.
Oh, really? Because I thought it was short for bullshit.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded
Yeah,
type.
they already have the president
And those
names.
letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials.
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
Bring back the Queen as an AI. Strangelove would do it.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway,
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people and even play chess.
now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack.
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, Hal kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of Hal wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
Did we already do the Huey tape about... Oh, what the fuck? Raygot didn't do these? I guess I should have checked everybody's tapes before we started. Oh. Oh. Okay. Guess he did most of them, but like this one should have been done before. Oh, okay, this one was done. Okay, we'll go here. He also has a couple tapes about the first ending we just saw, but okay, these are not done. It's a little weird, but it's okay.
You ever see the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI.
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called Hal. It plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about Hal, and then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name.
Or Otacon, man. Oh, what the fuck? None of these are done? I see. Now that one's new. None of these are done. What the fuck did Three Dog play? What was he doing? We're missing a bunch of tapes. God damn it. How did we not do any of these? Come on, man. No, if he was stalling, he would have done the tapes. We're missing so much shit that we should have done like way earlier in the game. That's the reason we do a new game, largely is to do the tapes as they show up. Didn't even do this one? Come on. Oh, but he did the fucking French tapes. The France tapes. Okay. Okay. Some of them at least. Very interesting choice of tapes to play. Nice. What the fuck, dude? That's funny as fuck.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik. and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top-secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe, and that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive. But her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
And we gotta get the long version from the AI weapons. Yeah, Gregory, sometimes you'll see your dog streaming it here too, or his channel. I think I might have to do a little quick restart. This is tragic right now with the bitrate. Of course. Fuck it. Might as well do it now. That was a bad idea, wasn't it? Because now it's even worse. Maybe? Let's see. There's just no good solution to this, huh? Alright, well. Shit. We'll just let thing. Fuck it. Okay.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act.
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as HAL malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof, though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strangelove.
That's
That a
not
code
the
name?
horse, you
No,
noobs.
just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that,
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
when Boss went into space.
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few
DARPA.
prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me.
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions, is really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
Huh. That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
Huey is a nickname she gave him. We never do learn Huey's real name. But it's funny because Strangelove also refers to herself as a nickname that people gave her. So it's kind of interesting. Let's see.
So,
we have to go
you
back
and
and do a
Cecile
couple more.
seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are
Oh,
you
well.
insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths. You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
He's hot,
She
Snake.
was
That's why.
beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified,
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
but she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape.
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Really should get around to farming all the boards one day. Really quite impressive, the difference between just basic Zeke and full AI Zeke. But unfortunately, it's just one of those things that takes forever to grind. How do we not have this tape done? Come on. I just fired Kojima too. Oh well.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to
Close to what?
your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu, well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
Okay. So?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz?
Yeah, okay. Got fired both in game and in real life, so I don't know about that. I'm a little sad that we're so behind on tapes. None of these are done. Man. Well.
Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell ya. He used to bring me presents and...
Was the boss who brought him presents and then he killed her. No more presents. Must have thought he was on a naughty list then. Killing the boss. Or maybe it was Malak. Yeah, clearly it was Malak, yes. Malak Mus.
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission. The one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened.
Do we not have these done?
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's going to become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it.
They used this tape as a basis for a conspiracy theory before Phantom Pain came out. Because Big Medic smokes a Phantom cigar, you know. They're like, no, he's not the real big boss. It can't be. It's a fake. Based on this tape and some other factors. And what do you know? They were right. They were right. They guessed almost the whole thing. Except mostly people thought it was going to be Grey Fox instead of some random medic because that is just too stupid to be true. But it is. What can I say? Alright guys, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but I'm gonna do another quick restart. This time it's gonna take me a minute to come back. As the bitrate is tragic right now. Sorry guys, we'll be well, I believe the term for this is fucking hell, as they say it. We might be good for a while, but we'll see. Alright, let's continue. I'm really a little disoriented here because these tapes should have been done already by now. Well.
Did you, give that letter to Dr. Strangelove?
No.
Why not? I gave it to you for a reason. It's highly important information.
Sorry. I didn't exactly have an opportunity to play postman.
Well, next time you see her, you make sure she gets it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Better for you if she doesn't.
Snake!
What?
Tell me you didn't read the letter.
No.
You did!
I mean, you never know what kind of information could affect the outcome of an operation, right? So
you read the letter, after I specifically told you not to.
What do you expect people to do when you tell them not to read something?
I thought I knew you, Snake. I thought I could trust you. But now I see I was wrong.
Look, I'm sorry, but I just don't get what you see in her.
Well, I wouldn't expect a barbarian who opens other people's private correspondence to understand.
Fine then. Deliver it yourself.
Huh? What? No way. I could never...
You've got a long way to go, Huey.
Not about considering Portable Ops is canon. But thinking in terms of canon in the first place is the mistake here, but whatever. But it was specifically developed to be part of the story, so yes, strictly speaking, it is canon. Let's see. Alright, we should really do Bill Zeke soon, but let's do this one. This one's really good.
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me two things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, Mom, it's me, Kazuhira. As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere, and I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head.
He doesn't change his name. It's his
America
American
crushed
name.
Japan.
It
But
literally
also
explains
crushed my
how
father.
he gets it from his
My
dad
American
here.
dream was over. After that, I drifted around and... well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war. But I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country. And I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
Dude, it was the 60s and 70s. Anyone with a heartbeat could get a job and buy a house and a single salary. Of course. Decoy Octopus 88 with the 8 months. Nice. Noob Zombie, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in and the resub. He doesn't change his name to McDonald Miller. It's his American name that his dad gives him. He literally just explained how he went to America to see his dad and gave him money and his name. It's a really good tape. Man, what the fuck did 3Dog do with these tapes? Oh, come on. I don't know. Okay, let's go build Zeke before we do anything else. Shit, I didn't check if we have the optional parts. Fuck it, let's do a Chrysalis then.
Snake.
Just in case. I was watching when 3Dog switched from Peace Walker to Ground Zeroes to do the tapes, and I don't want to know what his fucking setup is, and it takes him that long to switch between PS3 and PS4. I want to look at that man's room one day and be like, what the fuck? Gonna be funny for sure. If needs... Okay, we're gonna get a few more parts for Zeke. This is gonna become some sort of meme. Me talking shit about 3Dog's setup.
Take out the chrysalis. That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all.
Fuck, before you don't hit the railgun, we should aim for voters. That was... How old is that? I don't know what you're talking about, viewer. There is no Twitch account with that name. Clearly it's photoshopped. Viewer, you must be like a giant nerd. You have all these screenshots at the ready from things that I said like 15 years ago. The chain gun is called chain gun because the chain, like a bike. volume levels. It's a little quieter. God, it's slow as shit.
Any wall you try to hide behind. They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Minigun is small. It's a miniaturized version of a Vulcan cannon. Oh, really, viewer? Oh. Wow. He's very naive, man. He was quoting Nastasha. William just won. Me? What are you doing here? No. It's August. I've died. But it's November.
Attack the AI
Oh, I didn't know that could happen.
patch. It's the cylindrical structure. Hurry up and get in the AI pod. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over
The tape.
Go ahead,
There it
take
is.
whichever one
Strange
you want.
Loves tape.
If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory board
You might as well
that
listen to
controls
these as we
parts
get them.
will
There's
light
3
up.
of them.
You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up. Snake.
She played me like a piano.
Nice, we got the railgun. Just in case you didn't have it before.
Snake, we fitted Zeke with its own AI pod. We were having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove?
Why the surprise, Snake?
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what Zeke is for. It may even prove necessary to...
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem is when a nation comes to rely on it. All that does is force a burden on its people. The same people that constitute the nation itself. The existence of nations is detrimental to man. That's why I, one without a nation, see potential in MSF. But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to assist with that.
Glad to hear it.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
I wouldn't expect you to.
Okay, let's see what we're missing for Zeke now. Oh, we got the walk unit, and nice. Got the legs and the crotch. We just need 3 head parts. We have the jetpack. We have the radar. We have railgun, 2 railguns even, and we don't have the armor. That's okay. It's pretty rare to get. Okay, so we just need head parts. Why is it called Zeke? You'll see. Actually, no, we already did the call. It's because Rex and Ray are all based on names for Japanese fighter planes. And Zeke is another one. You get that call early in the game when they decide to name it. Let's just follow in the Rex and Ray thing. Head parts. I guess we can do the poopa a few times. Careful not to hit the head. Or do we need to hit the head? I always forget. Hit the head. Hit the head. Fuck, I always forget how it works. You think you get scraps from it by hitting it, but I think it's the other way around. If you hit it, you get the AI boards, not the piece itself. But since they're called scraps, they're like pieces of it. It's counterintuitive if you ask me, but whatever. Let's do that. Strangelove tape. Hold on, can we not do it here because... Yeah, because it's an early mission. I never realized that's how it works. If you do a mission that's too early in the story, you don't see Strangelove because she's not supposed to be there. Okay, that makes sense though. Wait, it's not here. It's here. That's the one we just got.
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica, a place completely unfamiliar to me, and on a top-secret mission for the CIA, no less. No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed out by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had a chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is, adults really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. We'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men, although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics brought me closer to the stars. I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke. The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time, or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever. NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, we had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option, especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said, and when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress, not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times, but I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational, and yet no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained, the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie.
Alright, we got 2 more of these. I'm pretty sure damaging the part gives you the AI board for it. I'm not sure about the scraps. This one should be a little faster. I mix that up a lot though. Sometimes I get confused. When we really try to get all the AI boards, it'll be obvious, I think. Yeah, obviously a lot of Strange Love's tapes in the background are about how great the boss is. And there's also a lot of redundant stuff with what Eva talks about. The Eva tapes have a lot of the same information. It's the poopa.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Shut up.
Shoot them, not me! You should be able to get in the AI pod. Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after
There's
the
the
boards
other
with
tape.
icons.
A huge ass tape.
You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
I don't think I hit anything other than pod. Still got a few boards. There's probably some random element to it. No, I never found that day. It is probably an insane farm. Insane slog of a grind. It might be even worse than Foxhound
That
and
was an
Bloomy did.
unmanned weapon. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only...
Are you guys going through on band requests? Oh well. There's a second tape.
Snake.
Do we got any head parts? Oh, nice. We got two. The jetpack. We're gonna need one more. Maybe we'll just get the third tape and the head at the same time.
Snake, we've got a problem.
Uh-oh.
Zadornov's not in his cell.
The doorknob.
He must have used his prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars, but we've managed to narrow down his location using a transmitter we planted on him. I'm adding a new mission. Find the KGB agent Zadornov.
Find the doorknob. Not yet. Let's do another poopa. Let's do tape first.
I spoke out against her going, submitting a report stating the ray shielding was inadequate. But the Brass's response was brusque. She's already been exposed to a nuclear test in Nevada. She's the perfect candidate. It was completely irrational. Repeated exposure to radiation would only increase the danger. But the government was still reeling from the Soviet success with Sputnik. There was no hope of getting a rational response. They were simply too panicked. People can be so obtuse when it comes to things they can't see. I, however, understood all too well. Just as invisible ultraviolet radiation scorched my skin, heavy particle radiation from space would cause irreparable harm to human tissue. In a word, she was expendable. It was during the boss's pre-flight checkup that I noticed something strange on the X-ray of her skull. Part of the right hemisphere of her brain was damaged. It seemed inexplicable, given her keen intelligence and amazing physical prowess, but there it was, and I decided to report it. I hoped that perhaps my discovery of a physical defect would result in the flight being cancelled. But as I went to make my report, she stopped me. Why? I demanded. How can you let yourself be their guinea pig? Ignoring my protests, she took me up to the roof of the lab. The night sky was ablaze with stars. It was there that I learned how she had wounded her head. 1943, Los Alamos. She was serving with the Special Forces when she received new orders. A German spy had infiltrated the Manhattan Project, which aimed to build the world's first atomic bomb. She was to eliminate him. His name was John von Neumann, a mathematician with superhuman computational abilities and the designer of the explosive lens. The Manhattan Project was a top national priority, security accordingly tight. The guards couldn't be allowed to know what was going on. She'd have to slip past them and make the death look like an accident. It should have been an easy enough mission. But just before the operation, she received unexpected news. A new life was growing inside her. She was overcome with joy, and for one brief moment, it clouded her judgment. She accidentally got into a shootout with the guards, and without thinking, protected her belly. She was shot in the head. The bullet only grazed the surface of her brain, but the tissue around the wound was destroyed, leaving her in a coma. She wasn't given much chance of recovery, but 3 months later, she woke up. Within 6, she was able to move around as if nothing had happened. It was functional compensation. The other parts of her brain took over for the part that was lost. It made logical sense, but such a full recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps her superhuman willpower made it possible. Or perhaps my body knew it had to survive for the sake of my unborn child. She smiled as she said that. I understand how she must have felt. Some have taken to calling me Ms. Left Lobe, she said, because I'll do anything for the mission. She was tough, yes, but she had feelings too. I knew that better than anyone else. As it turned out, von Neumann wasn't the spy. The assassination order was a deliberate bit of misinformation planted by the Russians. She had been deceived. The Eastern and Western camps were united on one point: opposition to the Nazis. The Allies needed to develop that bomb before Hitler did. But in looking ahead, the Russians found the Manhattan Project's progress a little too quick for their liking. Mass production of a uranium bomb, like the one that was eventually dropped on Hiroshima, would be difficult from a material perspective. But a plutonium bomb, once perfected, could be mass-produced, and eventually even miniaturized. And Moscow did not like the idea of America having that kind of head start. Explosive lens technology was critical to the plutonium design, so the plan was to get rid of its pioneer, von Neumann. And when that plot came to light, the US and the Soviet Union parted ways for good. It was one of the rare cold nights in Florida. She put her arm gently around my shivering shoulders. As I listened to her voice, I was wrapped in her soothing scent. I felt as if I were dreaming. Even in failure, she seemed perfect. Oddly enough, the failed assassination attempt helped preserve America's edge. A true super genius, von Neumann went on to make his mark in numerous fields outside of the Manhattan Project. Economic game theory, stored program computing. Almost all computers today use stored programs, the so-called von Neumann architecture. His death would have set back computing 10 years, and I wouldn't be at NASA doing research. I wouldn't have been there in her arms that night. I thanked the fates for giving me that chance. But then she said something unexpected. I should have killed von Neumann when I had the chance. Why, I asked. Wasn't the order a Soviet plot? I looked up at her as she began to explain. Yes, von Neumann was innocent, and killing the innocent is a grave crime. But I can't help but wonder, had I succeeded, what would the world be like now? Even without von Neumann, the explosive lens would have eventually been developed. Von Neumann architecture, too. But she seemed to believe that if progress had been put off for a few years, then perhaps East and West would have had a chance to work hand in hand. I'd never considered such a possibility, but her tone was confident, assertive. It was as if she intended to make the two superpowers shake hands herself. The explosive lens was developed too early, spawning a Cold War and an endless nuclear arms race, she continued. That mission sprung from deceit, but maybe it was divine providence too. It was like she was speaking to her own child. Her large, warm hand was on my head. I failed the mission because I let the mother in me take over. I should have killed him, no matter how great the guilt. If I'd killed him, I might not have prevented Hiroshima, but maybe I could have saved everyone in Nagasaki. I looked up at her and saw her looking up too, up at the starry sky. Her face showed only deep remorse. It was as if she'd convinced herself that she alone was responsible for creating this twisted world. But that's no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for this. I knew I'd never dissuade her, and yet I still clung to hope. I know you're concerned, and I thank you, but I have to be loyal to the end. And then she smiled at me. Loyal to the end. Loyal to what? I asked. But she didn't answer.
I don't know what's going on, but Rudy, are you going through the unban requests or something? But fuck it, whatever. We'll just ban them again if they create trouble. I kind of wanted to farm unban requests, though, and then maybe show them off. Motor JP, thank you for the 53 months. Okay, let's see if we can get the head and third tape in one go. Yeah, I just kind of want to let the ban requests sit there until we have a bunch. Nah, it's okay, fuck it. I don't know what's going on with those people who have no chat history, but presumably it's... I guess you can see who banned them. Maybe ask the person who banned them. It's probably cross-channel shit, yeah. Maybe some shit that they did in Three Dogs channel or something like that. I don't know. But, you know, I don't mind if you do unban them. It takes 2 seconds to click and ban somebody if they act up again.
So be careful.
Although there are people who are not even worth wearing out your mouse by one click to unban or to ban.
Aim for the cylindrical AI.
They're worth less than the click wear and tear on my mouse. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, Fazzurio, I have. But you can just log out. But you can use an embed stream thing. Like, it's kind of stupid. But just to give him the inconvenience of having to log out. That's a real deterrent, I guess. It's a pretty fun feature. Yeah, turn it on. Okay, the viewer knows a little bit more. That's why I don't feel as bad, because it's kind of stupid, but whatever. Reban them. No, it doesn't matter if you reban them, because it's not gonna give us a... Oh, there it is. Unban request necessarily. Most damaging rocket launcher? The M47. If you mean in the whole game, that's the strongest weapon overall. Well, unless you fully charge a railgun or something. But you need somebody for that. Strongest solo weapon is the M47. Little head part, hopefully.
There's no need.
Nick.
Head part, yes. And now we should get the call about Zeke being complete, which is kind of an important one. And then a couple missions after we should get the call about putting the nuke on Zeke, which is also really important. And leads into ground zeros and stuff.
Package for you, boss.
Oh,
What?
fucking
Yeah,
Eva tapes
Looks
too.
like a cassette tape. Don't worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says Eva.
Eva,
Someone you know?
an old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, Kaz. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now. Snake, I'm proud to announce that preparations for Metal Gear Zeke are complete. We can activate it any time.
Got it. Thanks, Huey.
No need to thank me. At least now I can finally say I helped you with something. You can use it in outer ops, too. Just select Zeke when you're forming your unit. Be sure to take it out for a field test.
Okay.
You can change weapons and check memory boards just like before. Use your observations from a field test to make any adjustments.
A work in progress, huh?
Alright, now we can do the last tape from Strangelove, and we'll find the doorknob.
The days that followed were spent training tirelessly for our first space flight. The boss endured conditioning that tested the limits of human capability, and I supported her. Those were happy days. On April 12th, the spacecraft carrying the boss left the Earth's atmosphere. Although it was only 20 minutes of ballistic flight, it was nothing short of miraculous, considering how little time we'd had. The first human in space. We were ecstatic. Then something went wrong. The re-entry angle was slightly off, warping the outer hull. The cause was clear. It was the hastily constructed window we'd installed. Her capsule missed the projected splashdown point by a long shot. As we raced towards the capsule, a breaking news broadcast came over the radio. It was the news report of the successful launch of the Vostok rocket, piloted by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. They'd beaten us into space by the slimmest of margins. When we arrived, the capsule had already disappeared beneath the waves. The boss was floating on the surface. I can't really recall what happened next. They told me later that I gave a strange scream and plunged into the sea, not caring whether my skin would burn. She didn't wake up. Her entire body was bruised, burnt, scorched by cosmic rays. It was a miracle she was still alive. Every day, propaganda boasting of the shining accomplishment flowed out of the Soviet Union. The hardest part was having to read the report the next morning from Izvestia, the Soviet governmental paper. Written there after the report were those legendary words of Major Gagarin: "The Earth is blue." The person who should have said those words, though, was incapacitated, confined to a bed. NASA opted to pretend the flight had never happened. The Soviets had orbited a man around the Earth and returned him safely. We'd barely managed to escape the atmosphere and achieve ballistic flight. Even worse, the pilot was horribly mangled and the spacecraft lost altogether. As they saw it, covering it up was the only alternative to seeing the nation's pride dealt yet another blow. I've been told military records show the boss was taking part in the Bay of Pigs incident at the time. They were that desperate to erase the whole affair. In the end, Alan Shepard's ballistic flight 1 month later became known as America's first space flight. Shepard's flight owed its success to insights earned through the boss's sacrifice. But to me, none of that mattered. I prayed day and night for her recovery, never leaving her side, not even for a moment. Then, As summer ended and the chill of winter approached, she spoke. "Give me water." I threw myself on her breast, and she embraced me. It was all I needed. I thought she would tell me about space, the true sky, where the stars don't twinkle. But the only thing she'd speak of was Earth, our home as she'd seen it from space. So fleeting, so irreplaceable. I was ashamed. I'd been enamored for so long with the sky that I never thought to look beneath my feet, at the ground upon which I stood. As soon as her rehab was over, she was gone. It happened without warning. No one informed me, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. It wasn't so strange or surprising, really. I simply assumed she was off to complete her next mission, because she was loyal to the end. Since then, I've devoted myself to researching artificial intelligence, so that no one will ever have to make her sacrifice again. No human being should be asked to take on a mission that dangerous. Next time, I'll be the light that shines on someone else. I still wonder why she opened up to me on that chilly night in Florida. That operation was top secret, even if it was all in the past. I like to think it was because she trusted me. But that's probably not the case. She wanted someone to listen. And I don't think that someone was me. Those faraway eyes, the tone of her voice, like she was talking to her own child. Those things made it clear that she was speaking to someone else. I found myself envying that someone. 4 years later, I learned of her death. A traitor's death, no less. She'd stolen an American nuke and defected to the Soviet Union, where she was killed by her former apprentice. Or so I was told. I refused to believe it. She'd never do such a thing. I could think of only two possibilities. Either she really was trying to bring East and West together, or she truly did want to be killed. She believed the world is not the way it's supposed to be, that it's been unbalanced by the tenuous peace offered of nuclear deterrence, and that she was to blame. Perhaps her death was an act of atonement. She was loyal to the end, to our world. And I lost the light of my life. I now find myself victim to an incredibly irrational emotion of my own. That someone, the one she wanted to confess her sin to, could it be the one who took her life? The very thought drives me utterly mad with jealousy. One day, I will discover the truth.
It's gonna make sense to play right before she tortures Snake, but also I think there's another tape that is also good to play before that. Oh yeah, maybe here.
Enter simulation.
This one. This was actually the one we started with. But we can't really do that because you get these later in the game. There's a whole sequence in which to play these tapes that could be up to personal preference as well, I guess. But anyway, we're not going to do Eva's tapes because they have like the exact same shit in them about the boss going to space and you know, the aircraft being, or the spacecraft not being appropriate, her getting, I guess it's kind of hard though because Eva's tapes do have the stuff with the Sorrow, so it kind of sucks. It's redundant information, but it has more stuff about what the boss was doing between, you know, right before Snake Eater and those 5 years that she was in with Snake. Maybe we'll do it later though. Certainly not right after Strangelove's tapes that talk about the same shit. These are not done. These, okay. Also have to go on a date with Paz still and Kaz, but we'll probably do that after we switch saves. Monster Hunter stuff as well. And yep, I think it's time for Zadornov. Chapter 5, Outer Heaven.
Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
Imagine having chapters. 5 of them.
Stealth.
Oh my god, 3 Dogs still with the M16 equipped. He never even developed in 1911. Oh my god, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a problem with 3 Dog doing early Peace Walker. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Okay. How do you play this game without 1911? Come on. Inventory is a clusterfuck. Well. It's funny, yeah. That will be fine. Honestly, 3 Dog is just not as familiar with Peace Walker as I am. Chapter 5. 5 chapters. I'll bet. Oh, I did fix these because it was. I actually started this 40 minutes into the game. We gave it to 3 Dog. Okay.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Freeze.
So he could be this way or that way in big circle areas. Zadornov. God, sucks without 1911. Oh, thank fuck he's here.
Start talking. Down. Seeing things. Start talking. Start talking. Start talking. Down.
Still says damn.
Start talking. Down. Start talking.
This guy's feet going through
Try
the
using
wall.
Fulton
Nice.
Recovery on him. Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
What was that?
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
That wasn't too bad. You get to slow it on radar specs for this.
So, you found me.
It wasn't hard. What are you up to anyway?
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zadornov returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake. There's something I need to discuss with you, boss.
Oh, here
Get
we
to
go.
the point, Kaz.
We recovered the nuclear warhead that was loaded onto Peace Walker from the bottom of Lago Kosibolka.
What?
Warheads are radioactive, even if they're relatively stable. If we just left it there, it would contaminate the lake, or fall into the hands of terrorists.
creating another crisis.
Right. So while the White House is figuring out how to cover its ass, I thought we'd take some precautions.
What did you have in mind?
Load it onto Zeke.
What?
What else would we do with it? Zeke is our deterrent. To protect ourselves from nuclear attack, we need a nuclear weapon ourselves. Of course, if you're not on board, we could always dispose of it. But it won't be easy getting another nuke. This is a golden opportunity. We could always get rid of it later. Load it onto some fishing boat and leave it out in the middle of the ocean. No one would ever know it's there. But if you want to get rid of it, boss, we'll get rid of it.
No, don't. As long as there are nukes out there, we need one ourselves if we're going to be a world power.
I knew you'd see it that way, boss. So as long as we stand apart from nations, we need something to put us on equal footing. In a way, MSF is a country itself. And we just became the world's 7th nuclear power.
Nuclear power.
Don't you just love Kaz's way of disposing of nuclear weapons? Load it onto a fishing boat and live it out in the middle of the sea. Who needs nuclear storage facilities when you can do that, right? But yeah, that's a pretty big decision they make there. And one of the reasons you do New Game or Peace Walker, complete Zeke, finds the doorknob, and then this call that only plays once. Once you've done all that, so obviously this is a big decision and leading into Ground Zeroes and stuff. But don't worry, because they seem to forget about it afterwards. Zeke will forever be at the bottom of the ocean. Conveniently, nobody gives a shit about it anymore after that. Big boat muff. Alright, what do we have left to do here? Let me think. We could do a couple more doorknob escapes. But oh yeah, we definitely have a few more tapes to play. Basically, the only thing that happens story-wise is the doorknob escapes another like 6 times. It's kind of insane. As you do other random shit, which you would be doing. There's a lot of other stuff to do. Trying to think. It's probably time, or almost time, to switch saves. Let me see what's going on with the tapes. We're missing a lot of tapes. But whatever. Tapes I normally would have done by now.
How's the Zeke AI different from Peace Walker's?
Zeke's AI isn't a replica of the human thought process. It isn't programmed to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. On the other hand, it is capable of highly independent action in combat when given orders from a pilot. It can protect infantry, destroy the enemy, and, if ordered,
Launch a nuke.
let us hope it never comes to that.
My sentiments exactly.
I can't believe the worst part is that 2 or 3 hours of fucking Code Talker tapes on repeat didn't kill the subathon. But Peace Walker did. Yeah. But honestly, yeah, it was just a matter of timing, not a matter of lack of support. It was literally like less than 5 seconds off or something. Oh man, he didn't even do these. Okay, I am a little disappointed.
Amanda, you getting used to Mother Base?
Yes, it is heaven.
It wasn't a
compared to
Chico.
living
It was a
in the
Chico
mountains.
cutscene,
We are no longer constantly on the run from La Guardia,
which is
or
actually one of the
mercenaries.
better
Some of
ones
the
in
new
this
guys
game.
we recruited used to be mercenaries.
We are getting along. It was difficult at first, but once you talk to them, you realize we've got plenty in common.
I see. Good to hear.
We may be enemies, but we are all still human beings. La CIA's soldiers, La Guardia. The same goes for the people of America.
What's gotten into you?
Mi viejo got involved with drugs in order to scrape together money for La Revolucion. He did whatever the KGB said, all for Nicaragua, or so he told himself. But I realize now, in the end, all he did was help poison young people of America.
Yeah.
I have made up my mind. Even when I leave Mother Base and return to La Revolucion, I will never turn to drugs, nor will I look to the KGB for help. If we topple Somoza using the KGB and drug money, we will lose the people's hearts.
So, you're choosing a different path from your father.
I still respect him, but I will not do things the way he did.
Well, I'm sure Chico will be glad to hear that.
Chico is a grown soldier now. I could not face him otherwise.
Well said, Amanda. Those are the words of a true Comandante.
Stop. I was inspired by the greatest Comandante I have ever known. Boss.
Fuck is... Oh, here.
Professor Galvez was a KGB spy? I thought he helped me out of genuine concern for Costa Rica's future.
You didn't know.
How could I? Believe me, Snake. He introduced
legit.
himself as a peace researcher at the university. He had an office and credentials and everything.
They're masters at creating cover personas. They think of everything. ID papers, jobs, sometimes even families. Don't feel bad you didn't see through it.
But you did?
From the first time we met.
I wish you had told me.
Sorry. I didn't know if it'd be right.
She is
Might have
so
gotten mixed up in
laughing
things you
in
shouldn't.
her head right now.
That is impressive, though. Sizing him up at a single glance.
He reeked.
Reeked?
He had this unmistakable air about him. The air of someone who's been given a mission and will see it through no matter what. Like me. I could just smell it.
That is amazing, Snake.
I'm just kidding. It was his prosthetic hand. Why would a professor from a peace university need a tool for assassination?
It's really funny, actually, when you think about her situation in this, too.
I have a favor to ask you, Snake.
Name it.
I want you to give me a job here. I want to help out.
You sure? You just went through a hell of a time. You should probably take it easy until you're settled.
Thank you. But there
You
must
think
be
she will almost
something
get
I can do.
concerned from that?
You would not want me near a gun. But I am a decent cook.
Now there's a skill we can use.
Put me on the mess hall team. I think I can handle it. Once I get used to it, I will even add in some Costa Rican recipes.
Sounds like a plan.
Let's see. Oh, we're missing so much shit here. Oh man, these are like basic tapes that you do at the beginning of the game. Oh wow, not even these. What did Three Dog do? What? It's kind of scuffed. We gotta do a proper story run, Peace Walker. It's pretty scuffed, not gonna lie. This late into the game, without these tapes done. Yeah, it's scuffed. Let's just fucking switch saves and end it. This is the most scuffed Peace Walker story I've done in a while. Three Dog in a hurry or something? Or did he forget about the tapes? Like, what? Let's see what's going on here. That's right, we have everything developed. I'm so busy checking here. So clearly survive next. Why did I go to versus ops? Oops.
How's Paz doing?
Okay so far. Still shocked about being lied to by Zadornov, but she's actually getting along great with the crew here at Mother Base.
Really? That's good to hear.
Still, it's gotta be depressing for a girl her age to be cooped up on an offshore plant all day. Even if it is only temporary. I bet she'd love it if you took her out somewhere once in a while.
So we can do this properly, or not so properly.
Tuxedo.
The only annoying part is... you gotta change these every time. Really wish they had like presets or profiles for this.
Missile!
Why is it so funny the way he says it?
Missile! Missile! Missile!
Okay, so let's get some
Sorry, I just...
nice things to say to her.
Good to have you.
I think that one might actually not work. I don't remember.
Not bad. Impressive.
Is that some elaborate trolling or what? John. Oh shit. Revengeance, it's a disaster. What else?
Thanks.
Okay. Like, are you asking for Big Boss's opinion on Revengeance? Like, what?
Nice one. Kept you waiting, huh?
God, these are all over the fucking place.
Box time.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Rules of nature. Message. Tell Paz.
Good. Missile!
Some piss one. Piss message.
Peace.
Rocket piss. Where's rocket piss?
Rocket peace.
God damn it, Knight.
Peace.
Kind of replace. We should be fine with this. Yeah.
I'll be sure to notify your next kid.
This one's a little mean to tell her. Then we need box, camera, the Walkman. Okay. He might be naked already. Forget what happened last time. Oh, okay, she has her clothes on. For now. For now. You go on a date with Big Boss, your clothes don't stay on for long. Alright, first order of business is... Oh, wait. Wait, isn't this how dates work? No? What am I doing wrong? Oh wow, she stays after you do that twice? Impressive, actually. No way she's staying after that.
Creep!
He grabbed her titties twice.
Wait!
And she stayed. I didn't think she would stay after the second one. Maybe we should ask. Is that how it works? Viewer, would you stay after that happening twice? Alright.
What's with that?
New recipes, get to work.
You going to throw this away? You want to read this together?
Let's see.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
Maybe before we start making her happy, I should piss her off a little bit more. Just to see her other animations.
You're a real egotistical woman.
She's still fine now. Give her a little smack. Yeah, now she's pissed. She's turning the other way.
Creep!
That's it. Okay. I thought she would have more animations about being pissed. If she looks away.
Walk away.
It's Kaz who does a little stomp. He's frustrated. And, you should have something else, though. Hold on. Because there's lots of little tiny details here. Piss him off a little bit. Oh shit! 4 punches and she leaves? So...
I'm sorry. Don't walk away.
One booba grab is 2 punches worth, I think. That's how it works. Man, this is hard.
Huh?
The eternal file names. Yeah, she's pissed. She's looking away. Oh yeah, viewer. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Can we do one punch and one booba grab? That is equivalent to 3 punches. Okay, so that's the limit. You can punch her once and you can grab her boob once. And now she's even more pissed. She's turning away completely. Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Is completely turning 180. Nice. Wait, why is she turning back? Right. I think she's a little confused. What about?
What? Can you please stop that?
Oh, wait. She has another. Oh, okay.
What? Creep.
Yeah. So bumping into her counts as even less than a punch.
Wait! Boss!
Alright, I think we should be nice now.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
Instead of just making her completely happy right away, let's see if there's any in between dates where her animation changes. This is a leaning thing right now.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
Well, in international waters, it doesn't matter. But they tell you she's 16, but she's not actually. She's not even a teenager. People are really obsessed
What's up?
with it. Oh, she has lines when you first approach her, like Miller. Maybe. There's people who will give you an exact figure, like, oh, she's 24 or whatever the fuck. Nowhere in the games does it state what her actual age is. Maybe in some guide, manual, script, article, interview. I don't know. I just go by the games. Nowhere, it doesn't say anywhere what her exact age is. She just says that she's not a teenager. So, I don't know. I just go by what's in the games. Don't see anything. Same with Raiden. People will tell you Raiden's exact age. It's like on the wiki or something. Nowhere in the game does it give you the exact age.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
It's... Oh shit, I forgot to do this one before we... If you say this one to her, it's a little mean.
I'll be sure to notify your next
I
kid.
don't have any family.
Oh, whoops. Hold on, let me restart. Yeah, her reaction to that.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
Okay, so each of these will count twice.
Kept you waiting, huh?
And then she gets...
No, it is okay.
It gets weird. If you do it more than twice.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Eh.
Thanks.
Nice one.
Yeah!
Nice one.
Yeah!
Pace.
Peace.
Pace.
Is
Peace.
forced to. Yeah, sure.
Meow. Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Rocket peace.
In the name of peace, peace.
The name Piss? Piss.
Rocket peace.
In the name of peace, peace.
Rocket Piss.
Good.
Yeah!
Good.
Yeah!
Missile.
What is it, Snake?
It's just funny the way he says it.
Missile.
What is it, Snake?
Impressive.
What? No way!
Missile.
What is it, Snake?
Oh shit.
Pace.
Wait, no, I got confused.
Thanks.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Thanks.
Yeah!
There should be a sound effect when she gets really happy. That's different.
Thanks.
Let's see. Or
Yeah!
maybe when it's maxed out. Also, one point she should start following me when she's happy enough. Maybe not yet. Let's see.
Good.
Thanks.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
I think this one doesn't
Good to
work.
have
You think it would?
Yeah!
Okay, it does. There's one that sounds like it would, but it doesn't. I forget which one it is.
Good to have you.
Yeah!
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Oh, she did a little different animation there, maybe. Why is she not following? Sometimes it just breaks, it doesn't work.
I like it.
Oh,
I am so
there's a sound
happy.
effect, maybe. Eh. You can also tell them to follow, but it's not the same, I think.
I like it.
Thanks.
It should be maxed out now.
Box time.
Yeah!
Are you not following me? Takes her a while to get down.
I like it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Maybe now she'll fall. She's not following. I think it's broken. Maybe if I whoop a little bit. Come on. Maybe we don't have enough messages. I don't know.
Box time.
Yeah!
Yeah, I should have brought more nice messages.
Good.
Yeah, okay.
Did I do this
Good to
one?
have you.
Place. Yep.
Thanks.
Something's broken. She's not following me.
What?
Maybe if we take pictures.
I feel
So,
a little
the
awkward.
different poses she does, there's a few that only unlock when she's happy. Same with Kaz later. Usually the more interesting ones, they only do those if you already made them happy
I
enough.
feel a little awkward. I feel a little awkward. I feel a little awkward.
Also, the line that they say will change depending on, it's called, what is it called? Affinity level, the score of how happy they are. Affinity.
I feel a little awkward.
I think the one you unlock with
I feel
her
a little awkward.
is this one. Yep. Check for bombs. Can't check yet. First she has to get naked. Maybe the bomb was there the whole time.
I feel a little awkward.
Yeah, it starts over now. Also, we put on her song. We'll do a little dance. Which is a little disappointing that she only does that because she has a bunch more animations, but I guess I couldn't put those in the game. But there's a trailer in in-game graphics where she does a whole dance for it, but I guess that's all we get in the game. Okay. I think it's time to take our clothes off. Oh wait, no. First, first she has to pass out. Oh, that's fucked up.
Down on the ground.
Oh,
Usually you're not able to stun her. You have to, because even if you punch her a lot, she doesn't get stunned. But if you have high heroism like I have in this save, you can unlock some of these commands, these voice lines that have effects. And you're actually supposed to do this to search her to get, well, she doesn't have it now, but that's how you would get, what weapon does she have? The easy gun, I think? Life recovery, easy gun, the science spec. To get all the weapons, you gotta do this eventually. Unfortunately, I brought the one that stunts instead of the one that puts her to sleep. I don't think she talks when she's
Down
stunned.
on the ground.
Maybe. Let's wait a little bit. The one when she falls asleep, she will talk in her sleep. And you can get a little hint. It's like talking to Zero in her sleep. I don't think she does it when she's stunned, though. Yeah. Yeah, but with Kaz it's easier because you can just beat the shit out of him to stun him. But Paz, it's like she has infinite stamina. She never gets stunned just by beating her up. Wonder what happens if...
Box time.
Let's let her wake up on her own.
Room for one more?
Same thing. Mission complete, and how?
I feel a little awkward.
All good. S rank. That means I'm doing it right. Nah, we're not done yet. We're not done yet with Paz. Would you really only go one date if it goes like that? Come on. There's a second date. Actually, I just got some food, so I'm gonna do some tapes first. And then we'll do that. Shit, I haven't done these tapes on this save. I really need to clean it up. But, we gotta do... I forget, what was I gonna do? The Eva tapes. And... shit, I really need to clean this save up of these notifications. Bit of a mess. We also need to do all of Paz's diary. Okay. Do these, and we'll do some more dating.
Hello, Snake.
Actually, originally they were gonna do that twice. They were gonna do exactly that, which is why every female character has a 3D model and a bikini model, where they're half naked.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy
But you see,
decision
Snake,
to make.
Kojima hadn't come up with this yet.
It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now, why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. That shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the research institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959, so you see, Snake. That's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn. The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA, restoring confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here. In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. My part is over, she said. I don't care what you do with the data now. It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic, he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth, for the first time. The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant, They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. She could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief. The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space. Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High-G tests, zero-G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations in pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride. even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the US received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961. America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky, and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip, the American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. "Someone has to be first," she said. "If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world." That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft. And second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance. The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward. The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, they wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent. And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her, who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms, the father of her child, the man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers, forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, They treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her, Major Zero, and so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You were a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon, but the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It's said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. Little Bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside.
She was telling all this to Eva on their way to the lake.
Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
The boss on her horse and Eva on her bike.
But I can't.
Or maybe the boss was riding the sidecar with Eva. They were like shouting at each other on the way there, telling her everything. Hey Karu, thank you so much for the tier 2, 86 months, nice. Yeah, it's a little convoluted, but it's one of the main things you find out from Peace Walker, the story of why the boss had to kill the Sorrow, pretty much. Except Eva didn't know that, the boss wasn't really a traitor until that time where she pretty much rescues her from Vulcan, right? So that's when she must have told her. But they only had like a few minutes on their way to the lake. Let me tell you my whole life story. Tell Snake that I went into space and blah blah blah, yeah. Shouting at each other on their way. Let's see. Alright, time to go on our second date with Paz. This one's a little different. Let's see. If you look carefully, you'll notice that something is different now. Not quite sure what, but something seems to be missing. Oh, her clothes. That's right. So if you get an S rank, like we did earlier on your first date, the second date looks like this. I mean, it makes sense, right? The first date goes well, she takes her clothes off.
Nice one.
Yeah!
Impressive.
What? No way!
But the interesting part is now, if you see her, instead of grabbing her boob and failing, you can actually grab her.
Start talking.
I am not hiding anything from you.
Start talking.
Honest! You have to believe me!
Oh, I forgot to grab the message that makes her fall asleep instead.
Start talking.
My name is Huss. I love peace.
I love peace.
Start talking.
Honestly,
Start talking.
this hurts. Let me go.
Start talking.
I stole some rations at Mother Base.
You fucking what? Unforgivable. Give it back! It was ours! Ooh, she did a weird spin there.
Wait!
Hold on, let me change the message. More rations. Let's see, instead of down on the ground, we want where is it? Sweet Dreams. No, it's not Sweet Dreams. I always get confused. It's Good Night or something like that. Where is it? The Rest in Peace now. A little confusing that there's two of them. Shit, I forget what the other one is. It might be Sweet Dreams. Derp. Oh, Say Goodnight. There it is. This one.
Say goodnight.
Now she should talk in her sleep.
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace.
Say goodnight.
Good night.
some nightmare fuel right there.
Snake, you're...
Snake, you got your picture. What? You should talk to Zero in her sleep too.
Yes, sir. I understand.
There we go. And usually calling people doesn't work on the radio in this mission. But if you do this...
Snake, your beard hurts.
Now we can call people.
What exactly do you plan on doing, boss?
Oh, you still can't really call them. They call you, so I guess we gotta do it again.
I said no.
Cut that out. What are you going to do now?
Snake, your beard hurts.
What a terrible thing to do to a lady.
They all have something to say about it. Jeez, they're all watching.
Snake, I said no.
Oh, shit.
Snake! What do you think you're doing too fast?
Chico. Get cooked, Chico. I'm never gonna date with you.
Your beard hurts.
What, may I ask, is your reason for doing such a thing to her?
Please, Strangelove, like you don't want to do that too.
Guy, I said no.
What are you planning to do to her?
Snake, your beard hurts.
Okay, so they all have a call each about it. Oh,
No, we are finally alone, Snake.
not really. They're all watching.
Why don't you leave the radio alone for now? You don't want to talk to me? You know, we are finally
This is what happens if you try to call people while she's awake.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Okay, so we don't really need to finish the mission now. Let's see. He'll say something different now, I think.
You're going to take a picture of me?
And depending on the affinity level, she'll say different stuff. Let's see.
Rocket peace.
In the name of peace? Peace.
Rocket peace.
In the name of peace? Peace.
Yes.
You're going to take a picture of me?
I should really have equipped the other message to make her follow just in case it breaks again.
Good.
Yeah!
Ah, fuck it, we'll just do all these again.
Good.
Yeah!
Peace.
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 Yes.
Kept you waiting, huh?
No, it is okay.
See what she says now.
I never look good in photos.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Maybe it's not as bad when you consider that there was gonna be a date mission for each girl. Plus Kaz. They only left or they only made a Paz and Kaz date missions. Maybe they run out of space. There was a bunch of stuff that was supposed to be there. Some of it you can actually restore through custom firmware or emulator shenanigans. There's a whole mission where you can pilot Zeke or maneuver Zeke remotely while another player fights it. That you can restore.
Nice one.
I need to fuck with that actually. I've been meaning to.
Impressive.
What? No way!
Get a different line now.
I never look good in photos.
Thanks.
Yeah!
Thanks.
Yeah! I never look good in photos.
I like it.
I am so happy!
Maybe it'll change now? Nope.
Never look good in photos.
I like it. I like it.
Thanks.
What are we missing?
Box time.
Yeah!
Following me yet? I don't know why it breaks. Maybe I don't have enough messages for her to follow.
Box time.
Yeah!
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Sorry, I just...
No, it is okay.
Good to have you.
Yeah!
Good to have you.
Yeah!
Not bad.
Thanks. Peace. I feel a little awkward.
No, she's saying that. Which means we probably have the last pose unlocked.
I feel a little awkward. I feel a little awkward. I feel a little awkward.
Call this one the bomb search. It allows you to look for C4. Maybe it's just really well hidden. Now, speaking of the polygons, I forget how many it is, but like 70% of her character model, the polygons are her face and her hair. Like 70% of it, something like that. If only you could bring C4 to this mission. Save Skullface some work, yeah?
I feel a little awkward.
Okay.
Box time.
Did that, huh?
Thanks.
Yeah, you better be thanking me. Wait, let me see what she follows yet. I can't get her to follow me this time.
What?
You really should. Once she likes you enough, she should follow you around, but it breaks for some reason. Oh well.
Box time.
Yeah, okay. Room for one more?
Mission complete.
I feel a little awkward.
And how? Okay, so now that we've done that, let's do S-rank date with Paz. If you go look at your other female Mother Base members, they're all naked. Let's see, where did I put them? Well, the unique characters, that is. This save is a little more advanced, so they might not even be. Okay, so Amanda has her MSF bikini. Nice. And they all have boob physics, of course, boob jiggle. Actually, Amanda's one of the classier ones. It's not that bad. Let's see, Chico, nope. Who else do we have? I think Strangelove would be an R&D. There she is. Boob physics. Quiet shows up if you look at Chico. I don't know where the others are. I should put them all together. Huey. Cecile should be in Intel. But where is Cecile? I don't know. Let's just do this. There she is. Oh, she's in mess hall team. So they all have these 3D models because you were originally gonna have date missions with all of them. Check for boob physics. Only Paz doesn't have jiggly boobs, because she's just too flat for that, I guess. And then Cecile and Strangelove and Paz. And unfortunately we fired Kojima. Maybe not from this save. Yeah, and even though Kaz has a 3D model as well, he doesn't show up here. Yeah, there's no 3D model. Kojima boob physics, Huey. I think Cecile might be the hottest though. Although Amanda's classier. I wonder what the date with Cecile would have been like. Yeah. If we go check Paz again, who would be here? He has no boob physics, because she's just too flat. Nothing's moving. Nothing's jiggling. The details. The absurd details of Peace Walker. It's just not moving. And all the others do. Alright. Now we've got some more Zadornob escapes. Yeah, you're just minding your own business in Mother Base. He escapes a few times, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then there's a 7th one as well. It's like hidden.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
And then I think we'll go on a 3rd date with Kaz and Paz. But of course. Where did I put it? Zadornob.
Find
Might be here.
Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
There he is. This is a quick one.
I believe in you, Snake.
Down.
Find him. Leave no stone unturned.
Our future is...
You find that ugly Russian and bring his butt back here. I can't believe he trespassed like that.
Where the hell did Zadornov go this time? I'm sick of him and his walks.
Snake, help us reclaim peace.
Reclaim piss.
You should have disposed of him when you had the chance. You should have disposed... I know it is not...
There's only so many places to hide.
I wish there was something I could do.
Check any out-of-the-way spot.
Find him. Leave no stone unturned.
Do they acknowledge it if I stun him?
We're counting on you, boss. Our few... Try using Fulton recovery.
You're doing great, Snake. Peace.
They're just saying a bunch of generic shit now.
I know it is not... I believe in you, Snake.
We're counting on you, boss.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll
This
pick
asshole.
you up there. You did it. Keep it up.
Kaz, I caught Zadornov.
Impossible. I thought I'd made it. Acknowledged and appreciated.
Okay, so now you'll be fighting AI weapons, developing stuff, unlocking tapes. Zadornov would escape again. We already did all that in the save. We don't have to do any grinding. There's another thing you can do if you go on a date with Paz again.
How's Paz doing?
This one's a little different because, oh shit, if you go in naked or
I love the beach.
in swim trunks, she reacts a little differently. Now that we're both naked, she doesn't really appreciate it.
You know, we are finally alone, Snake.
Yeah, but
Why are you doing like that? Did you come here to swim? It is too dangerous.
hey, you're not getting away.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Stay away from me.
Oh, fuck.
You've got quite a body.
She still runs away then.
Do not come any closer. feel really comfortable with this. What are you doing like that?
That's it. She's repeating now.
I like it.
Did you come here to swim? Stay away from me!
Damn, she's so fucking slow. Come on. Oh, you can't bump into her while she's running. A fucking running animation. Alright, let's chase her out. Go. Nah, the water's like an invisible wall, but she can leave through here.
Creep!
Wait!
Damn. Mission failed. Yeah, they did extensive research in chasing women around the motion cap. How they would run away. Kaz doesn't mind though. He's cool with it. Let's see. We'll do that later. Right now, you can do some random shit. So one of the best things about this game, all the extra ops, variety to them, and some of the dialogue and tapes of them. Much better than a certain other game. Let's just say there's lots of silly things, cute things, and yeah. Obviously there's a lot of vehicles. There's all the Monster Hunter stuff. Okay, let's see, what should we do? Do some Puyan.
Someone's planning to extract enemy soldiers via Fulton Recovery. Thwart their attempt by shooting down the balloons. We're calling this the Puyan mission. Support our troops. Shoot those balloons.
And the side missions have tapes to them.
So all I have to do here is shoot down the Fulton recovery balloons, right?
Right. And don't shoot the soldier dangling underneath by mistake. I'd go with a sniper rifle, but really any weapon will work as long as you aim carefully.
Balloon popping.
You might get more balloons if you do this one as a co-ops. The, sky's the limit. Look at it this way. It'd get real depressing real quick if every single mission were a bloodbath. It's good to have a nice, relaxing challenge like this once in a while, you know? Oh, come on, don't those Fulton balloons look tasty? Like big, juicy, floating pigs?
Yeah, sure, whatever. So, this is called a Puyan mission. What's that supposed to mean?
When I was a kid, my neighbors had a pet pig they called Puyan. Every time I see a Fulton balloon, it reminds me of that little porker.
Okay, but the objective here is to pop those balloons, right? Doesn't sound like a good idea getting emotionally attached.
Good point. Man, if only those were real pigs dangling from the balloons. Now wouldn't that be something?
Ugh.
It's not a bloodbath. It's just killing a bunch of people, falling to their death. It's okay.
Stuff.
War crimes. Yeah. What should we bring? The Sug. Now let's do a Ground Zeroes cosplay. Can also bring some rations here to cook. And what else? I think we're good. Oh, what a happy little mission. Wait. What's it the pork thing anyway? Maybe in Japanese it makes sense.
Hey, Snake, did you know that yan in Fuyan means something like mister in the Osaka dialect of Japanese? You stick it on the end of people's names, so you'd be Snake. Hey, Snake.
I wish there was something I could do. Strong Snake.
Our future is in your hands.
Yes, this is very important for our future.
Suddenly, I have a craving for pork.
It's a heart.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
I see you completed your mission. Now hurry
So
to the
if we do
recovery
this here, there's a couple different Booyan missions, but this one takes place here on the Monster Hunter Island. You can also use this in peace.
Now you just have to make it to the goal point. Keep your guard up.
That's a barbecue spit. You can use it to roast food, even rations, simply by pressing the action button.
Now simply make your way to the recovery zone.
To stop roasting, press the action button one more time. Hey, that looks delicious.
Well done, ration. You can also overcook it or undercook it.
Don't quit your day job.
It's a rare ration. Now we're gonna burn it.
Hey, your food, it's burning.
Too bad we didn't get the description. Bluetooth ration?
Okay. Mission complete. Great job.
Co-op attempt. All the other people are fighting the monsters, yeah. I think it changes the music for everybody too. Let's see. We've got another interesting mission here. And this ghost mission. Fuck, which one is it? I forget which one it is. I think it might be this one.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
You got ghosts here, but specifically in this ghost mission, you can hear the end.
A fantasma is an espíritu that wanders this plane instead of going to el cielo. There are different interpretations, of course, but that's what I think. See, the fantasma has a reason for remaining in this world, and if that were, say, a deep hatred for someone, they just might be capable of inflicting harm on that person. You probably realize this, but your weapons or CQC won't work on Phantasma. And since they're not physical beings, they can pass right through solid objects. But if you can eliminate the reason for remaining here, you should be able to help them reach El Cielo. People say words can work wonders on Phantasma. You could try talking to them through co-op's communication.
Oh, that's right. I never tried fucking around with that. Let's see. We can't bring any healing items to this. Smoke grenades are really useful to hide from them, though. But I never tried the co-op communication thing. Hopefully some of these do something. Oh wait, no, I know what it is. Maybe he's talking about the one that's Sweet Dreams, because it says calm angry spirits. Ah,
Sweet dreams.
let's try it out. And then, oh yeah, the radar is really useful for this. And we can also bolt in their bodies. Oh, we can also resurrect them faster with the rescue box. Okay. Yep, this is the mission with the end in it. What does the fact that it's gonna be a VOD have to do with the radar? Hello, VOD people from the future.
Did you see anything? A UMA, maybe?
What's up? An enemy?
Did you see anything?
What's up? An enemy?
Did you see anything? A UMA, maybe? I wish there was something I could do. Be strong, Snake.
There he is.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
How odd that it's the end as a ghost instead of the sorrow, yeah? Maybe they're chilling together now. Oh shit.
You are not safe there. Hurry! Don't fight them! Remember her sacrifice!
Damn it. The ghost's been set loose.
Remember her sacrifice. Oh shit. Yeah, get off me.
If you cannot run, you'll have to fight.
Can't fight them.
Quick! Hide! You are not safe there. Hurry, Snake!
Damn it. The ghost's been set loose. It's coming after you. Run!
I just wait it out. Alright, it's gonna take a second.
If you cannot run, you'll hide, Snake! Quick! You are not safe there. Hurry!
Our
Right.
future is in
Oh,
your
I should have
hands.
fired already. Maybe they're in the alert. Let's see. Ah, fuck, I can't use the radar yet. Oh, you can't even use the radar during caution in Peace Walker. Interesting. In MGS 2, you can. Is there love? Okay, what this does. Actually, don't know. Oh shit! Oh, he just goes away completely. Holy shit!
Still can't find them? Have you tried using a night vision device?
Nice. I didn't know that. It does limit your rank to 8 though. Every time you use one of these battle cries, but they just disappear. Even though his body is still here. We don't get the siren sound though. Wait, can you just not use it? Oh, I thought you could. That sucks. You can only resurrect them slow way. Not like co-ops. Okay. Also, you can still resurrect him even though he doesn't have his spirit anymore. Okay. Why not? He's alive. a little annoying because we got to switch here.
The ghost was sucked into that soldier's body? Whoa! You think that's what brought him back to life?
Actually, no, it wasn't.
I believe in you, Snake.
Because we exercise them, but yeah, you can do that. If you start resurrecting them while they're still around, you get sucked back in. Here's the end again.
We're still not finished with the recovery.
Not so fast. You haven't finished collecting everything, have you?
Okay.
We're counting on you, boss.
Snake, help us
Hold on,
reclaim
actually.
peace.
There might be a couple more lines from the end here. You keep spamming it. Let's
We're
see.
still not finished with the recovery.
But it's not gonna do it now because I removed the ghost
I
already.
know it isn't. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Our future is in.
I believe in you, Snake.
It only does it with a couple of these. And if you do it quick enough and you hear the end at least once, that's how you get his camo, or the new version of his camo, the Neo Moss camo, which is actually the best in terms of camo index in this game, the highest camo index. But the sneaking suit is still really good because it's the second highest, but it makes your footsteps completely quiet. But depending on where your knees are, they're both really good.
Did you see anything?
What's up? An enemy?
I gotta be close.
Did you see anything?
I wish there was something. I know it is not.
We're counting on you, boss.
You're doing great.
Ah, because he's
Snake.
moving around.
Peace.
Our
Peace.
future is in. Hello. Come in. Can you hear me? What the hell's going on out there?
Oh, holy shit. Nice.
I don't like it. Be careful.
Snake.
We're counting on you, boss.
Now he's all the way there, so they're normal on the radio.
I know it is not. I believe in you, Snake.
Our
Then
future
as
is
he
in
gets
your
closer,
No, it is not.
yep. Is there anything else? Nice how he doesn't see me here. His frequency is 000.00.
We're counting on you, boss.
I know it is not easy. You're doing great, Snake.
That's a good spot to do. Let me try some other radio messages.
Missile!
That's probably just that one.
Box time.
You gonna come and box maybe? Oh, this one makes sense actually.
I'll be sure to notify your next of kin. Say goodnight.
Meow at the ghost.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Still can't find them? Have you tried using a night vision device?
I'll be sure to notify your next of kin.
They really should have had them react to this one.
I'll be sure to notify your next of kin.
No. Okay, it is just this one. Maybe he needs peas. Oh shit, let's see if it works during the alert.
Damn it. The ghost's been
Fuck.
set loose. It's coming
Oh
after
shit.
you. Run!
Can I do it while he's attacking me? Hold on, hold on. I can't fucking find it. No, it doesn't work. Oof. Let's see what the death looks like. Oh, it does. I want to see what the death animation is like when you die to a ghost. That was really close. It's on triangle. Okay. Holy shit, I couldn't find the message. Panicking. Ah, fuck that guy. I'm leaving him over there. Oof, they just disappear. Oh, we can't finish them off. Shit game. I mean, I guess they are MSF guys. So. Sorry, dude, your spirit is gone. Your soul is gone forever. Oh, we can't go there. Where is the other? I thought there was another. Probably another mission. No, wait, that's the other way here. Well, he's not dead. He is near death. It should honestly just give you a game over if you kill him.
Whoa, this is freaky. What'd you do to make the ghost so mad?
Oh shit!
I believe in you, Snake.
Nice.
Our future is in you.
I wish there was some.
I didn't know that.
Snake,
Our future is in you. We're
I
counting
know
on you.
about that one.
you are doing great. I know it is not easy.
Hey, fuck. Let's see what the
but
death
I have
is.
faith in you.
Hello.
Snake, help us reclaim peace.
Nice. Look at him. He's silent on me.
It can't be over yet.
Alright, let's see if... Because that reminds me... Maybe this mission will work
Let's get this mission started.
if we go... naked. They will all comment on it. Actually, maybe this mission isn't the best because... 5-minute time limit. Maybe. Which mission can we do? Perfect Stealth mission.
Time for your mission briefing.
In this mission, you're prohibited from killing any enemy combatants, and if you're spotted even once, you fail. Bottom line, proceed with caution. Stay low to the ground. If there are enemies nearby, walk slowly and don't make a sound. Another good technique is to hide behind something and use the L1 button to check out your enemies. And then there's always the classic trick of throwing an empty ammo magazine to distract the enemy. Use your ears as well as your eyes. The surround indicator is a handy way to see sounds as visual data.
It's pretty generic stuff, but it's still cool that he has a call about a side mission, yeah? Or a tape. Except if we go...
Let's rock.
Naked. That'll work. No, not naked. Swim trunks.
I love the beach.
I just want to get the calls about it. They're really, really funny. Hopefully he talks about it.
Let me guess. You're wearing our prototype stealth camo, right? Wait. You're not wearing anything?
Here we go. They're talking about it. Nice.
You cannot allow yourself to be seen. Try to become one with nature.
Like this.
Combat is to be avoided at all costs. Leave no trace of your yourself as you proceed.
You cannot allow your... You must not attack the enemy. It will not be easy. But steps like this are part of the road to peace.
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your... If you make sure they don't see you, you can avoid conflict.
They all have calls. There's a tape. There's also a bunch of calls about the type of mission, even though it's a side mission. Damn, this makes me really fucking mad. Yeah.
You cannot allow your... See if you cannot resolve this peacefully. You cannot allow your... Aye, Snake! Put some clothes on! You cannot allow yourself... Don't tell me you are still going around like that. You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow yourself...
Combat is to be avoided...
The best ones are the Miller ones.
You cannot allow your...
Combat is to...
You cannot allow your...
Come on.
Combat is to be...
See if you make sure that... You cannot allow your... See if you cannot resist...
The mosquitoes are gonna love you. Do you want to get malaria?
You must not attack...
The mosquitoes are gonna love you. Do you want to get malaria?
Oh, we got the Amanda call
You
twice.
cannot allow your...
What? Snake,
Oh, here we go.
you're our commander. The least you could do is dress like one.
See if you make sure that... You cannot allow your... See if you cannot resist...
The mosquitoes are...
You cannot allow your... You must not attack... Ooh. Let me wrap my arms around you.
Combat is to be...
See if you make sure that...
Not to be rude, but naked men are not my cup of tea. Would you mind?
Nobody's asking you to look, Strangelove.
You cannot allow yourself to be seen.
Combat is to be...
You must not attack. You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be... If I keep training, one day I'll look like that too.
No, I am not looking. You cannot allow yourself to be seen.
In case you're wondering, no, you can't take those off. So don't even think about it.
I can't take off my swimming trunks. And it's a reference to the box call. Sorry, not the naked call in MGS3. Is there a way to take off my pants? Say what?
No, I am not looking.
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your... See if you cannot resolve... Ooh.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll quit teasing you about your code name. Just put some clothes on, please.
No, I am not looking. Such big muscles.
Yeah, we're in PS3.
You must not attack. You cannot allow your...
If I keep training, combat is to be avoided.
You cannot allow yourself... If you make sure that... You cannot allow
We
yourself...
need to get the next Miller call.
Combat is to...
Ooh. See if you cannot resist...
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your... You must not attack.
Combat is to...
You cannot allow
Come
your...
on.
Combat is to...
See if you cannot resolve... You cannot allow your...
Combat is to...
See if you make sure that... Ooh.
If I keep training... Let me guess. You're wearing our prototype stealth camo, right? Wait. You're not wearing anything? Combat is to be...
You must not attack.
Combat is to...
See if you make sure...
Come
that you
on,
cannot
holy
allow
shit.
Your, see if you cannot resist... You cannot allow your... See if you make sure that... You cannot allow your... See if you cannot... You cannot allow your...
The mosquitoes are gonna love you. Not to be rude, but naked men are not my cup of tea.
You must not attack.
The mosquitoes are gonna love you.
You cannot allow your...
Fine. You want me to strip down too? There. How do you like that, huh? Happy?
See if you cannot resist... You
Next
cannot
one.
allow your...
Not to be rude.
You must not attack the...
If I keep training, combat is to be...
See if you make sure that...
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your... You must not attack.
If I keep training, combat is to be...
No, I am not looking.
Combat is to...
You cannot allow your... See if you cannot resolve...
There's another one.
You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your... No, I am not looking.
Combat is to...
See if you make sure that...
Combat is to be...
Ooh.
Combat is to
Come
be...
on.
See if you cannot resolve... You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your... You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your...
Fucking Miller, where is
You
he?
cannot allow your... See if you make sure they don't...
Not to be rude.
You cannot allow your... You must not attack the enemy.
Combat is to be... If I keep training,
See if you make sure they
RNG
don't...
calls, man.
combat is to be... Combat is to be...
You must not attack...
Combat is to be...
See if you make sure that... You cannot allow your... See if you cannot... Ooh.
Combat is to be...
You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be avoided...
We need to
as-
RNG a naked call and Miller.
You cannot allow your...
Combat is to be...
You must not attack...
All right. No more uniforms. From now on, we're
going naked.
There you go. There's quite a few Miller calls, and that's the conclusion.
If I keep training, one day
Oh,
I'll look
fuck.
like that too.
Okay. Alright, now more uniforms. So there's that case of Miller stripping, and a few times that he moons people. He tries to moon Paz when she's sick, and then he moons everybody at the birthday party. That's 3 times that he takes off his pants. So he has can you, like, it's insane what they did with the characters. Unbelievable. It really makes me mad. We even have fucking mind clearing, which is more detailed than the Phantom Pains, but fuck it, I don't even want to go there, man. It's just ugh. Oh yeah, Zadornov escaped again. Why not?
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Stealth.
Alright, but can we go on a date afterwards? Oh, it's this area again.
And bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Find the doorknob. He's all the way in the ruins.
Here he is. Freeze. Freeze.
I guess he might be here at the waterfall.
You're doing great, Snake. Peace.
Peace.
Snake, help us
Nope.
reclaim peace.
This is one of his possible spots, I think. He's not here.
Find Zadornov, Snake.
Somebody there? Somebody there? Nothing.
He's gonna see me there probably.
Somebody there?
They actually gonna place that guy in a way that makes sense. Okay, he's gotta be here. Did I bring a box? Yes. Ah, there he is.
Fridge.
He all he wants is a hug. What kind of hiding spot is this?
Our future is in your hands.
I know it is not easy.
You find that ugly Russian and bring his butt back here. I can't believe he tricked back like that.
Start talking. Start talking. Start talking.
But it's another weak point.
Start talking. Down.
Try using Fulton recovery on him. Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Okay, now we
Found
should
our friend, Kaz.
go on a date with Kaz.
And I was so close. Great. Good work, Snake.
What else do you do all day in Mother Base?
Snake, the sunsets are so pretty here.
Are you feeling okay, Kaz?
Yeah, I mean, I've got MSF business to think about and all. But sometimes it's nice to just sit and watch the sunset, you know?
Yeah.
Snake, would you be up for going to the coast to watch the sunset? Just the two of us?
What should I wear? Nothing.
I love the beach.
Bring in the Liquid magazine. Banana box, camera, Walkman. We don't really need the binoculars. We have the camera, but bring some Doritos. Alright, we gotta go through these again. Just a little annoying, but Kaz doesn't really care about all those encouraging things. You want to make him like you just beat the shit out of him. But he does have some interesting reactions to these some messages. I forget which ones. We definitely want you dish it out. I can take it. If I can find it.
You dish it out. I can take it. You dish it out. I can take it. You dish it out. I can take it.
There was another really good one that I discovered recently. I forget what it is. Also, yeah, MGS4 comes before Peace Walker.
Guns it ready.
Maybe he'll like that one.
Don't be an idiot.
What's the matter?
Spencer Amos.
The next one, we're gonna issue a volume warning. Because it's a little loud. Holy shit.
Surrender. I'll pick up your bones when I'm done. I'll be sure to notify your next kin. Down on the ground. Big boss. Stick with CQC. Follow me.
What else can we try? Ah, fuck. I really wish we could do more of these at once. Ooh. We're both naked. That's alright. In his Speedos.
I've been waiting for you. Maybe we were meant for each other. Nice packs. Later, Snake. Now's not the time. Why don't we have a chat instead? Just the two of us. Later, Snake. Now's not the time. Take me to heaven, Snake.
Holy shit.
I've been waiting for you.
Let's piss him off a little bit. Now, he doesn't actually mind. He likes it if you punch him or CQC him and stuff. So it's a little hard to piss him off because he likes that. But the way to piss him off is to bump into him.
What's your problem?
That nobody likes that.
You looking to get punched?
Don't be an idiot.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, he doesn't mind. Okay.
Surrender.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, we can also piss him off with that. And now he's pissed off. If we really piss him off, he should turn around.
Ugh.
Do a little stomp.
What's your problem?
Yeah. Yeah, then leave me alone.
You dish it out. I can take it.
Okay then, here I go.
Damn.
Maybe we were meant for each other.
Yeah, he can meow.
Meow, meow, meow. You looking to get punched? Ugh.
Yeah, actually.
You dish it out. I can take it.
Okay then, here I go.
He flies across the entire fucking screen. Who's the master of CQC again? Like what?
Nice packs. Whoa! Nice one.
That sound effect you just heard, that's his glasses breaking. Now if we take a look, oof. Almost initiated box time by mistake.
You want a picture of me?
Holy shit.
Venceremos!
Venceremos!
Surrender.
Not gonna happen. What's your problem? You looking to get punched? Ugh. What's your problem? You looking to get punched? Ugh. What's your problem? I misjudged you, Snake.
Kaz, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Come on! Kaz!
And that's why he trained Solid Snake to kill him.
I've been waiting for you.
Guns at ready.
Yeah, I don't think we'd survive that.
Oh, what?
Say goodnight.
He doesn't say goodnight like Paz does. He snores. Holy shit, he snores.
Not even for you, boss. Snake. Answer me, Snake.
Subtitles are a little off.
Mom, your miso soup. Always too salty. Dad, I'm an American.
I want to say Kaz looks a little bit more ripped than Big Boss.
Not even for you, boss.
Maybe not much.
Snake. Answer me, Snake. Stop it. I'm not that kind of guy. Snake. Ugh.
Get down. He likes that.
Start talking.
I got nothing to hide.
Start talking.
No skeletons in my closet.
Oh, I forget how to make him say that.
Start talking.
He says it's weird,
Okay.
like
There's one thing I
arigato.
never told you.
I forget how to make him say that.
Start talking.
Which message
You were
is it?
Always my.
Start talking.
I got nothing to hide.
Nah, he never finishes that sentence.
Start talking.
No skeletons in my closet.
No, it's a response to a certain radio message. I forget which one.
Stop it. I'm not that kind of guy.
I guess a little fun and games never hurt anyone.
Oh, now it's okay. Okay, now they're fine with it. Maybe.
Snake.
do you plan to do with Monsieur Miller?
Amanda was fine with it.
Stop it. I'm not that kind of guy.
I thought Miller was your friend.
Yes, Chico. I'll explain when you grow up. Oh wait, you never do. Ha ha.
What you two choose to do with your time is up to you. But I am not impressed with knocking someone out to take advantage of them.
Stop it. I'm not that kind of guy.
I don't think I'll ever understand you two.
Oh god. I think that's all.
Snake.
Maybe Paz has something to say? No.
Stop it. I'm not that kind of guy. Ooh.
I'll pick up your bones when I'm done.
You do that.
I'll be sure to notify your next of kin.
MSF is the only family I've got. Whoa!
Follow me.
Right.
I need to do this one with Paz. He doesn't really do anything.
For each other.
He just follows. If Paz can then slip and fall.
Nice packs.
Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow.
Down on the ground.
Ugh.
He doesn't react to that one.
Box time.
Yeah. Whoa! 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 What's your problem?
Is he like smiling when you grab him? Yeah, look how happy he is.
Start talking.
It's just the first time.
Start talking. Start talking. Start talking. Start talking.
Ooh. Whoa! Whoa!
You dish it out. I can take it. You dish it out. I can take it. You dish it out. I can take it.
Okay then, here I go.
I want that punch. And then he follows
Me
me.
to heaven, Snake.
Nice.
Meow. Meow.
Meow. Meow, meow.
Okay, I really don't want to switch all these messages around, but it's a pain in the ass.
Stick with CQC.
Anytime.
Sweet dreams.
You mean in your arms?
Oh god, I forgot about that one. Damn. He's pretty direct.
Sweet dreams.
You mean in your arms?
Sweet dreams.
All right.
Yeah, he probably likes me enough now. Air guitar. I really need a better version of that GIF I use sometimes. They were pretending? Okay. Liquid magazine. We have no past, no future.
What's going on?
That's Mantis's quote. Oh well. Did you like my sunglasses? Wait, no, it's also liquid, that's right. Wait, I forget, because Mantis says, we live in the moment, and that's our only purpose. But, Liquid also says something like that, because he thinks his fate is just a copy of Big Boss's genetic fate. I forget exactly how those two lines differ from each other. We have no past, no future, and even if we did, it wouldn't be truly ours. You and I are just copies of our father, Big Boss. That's Liquid's line. But then what does Mantis say? That also leads to something similar. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know he said that. What'd I do? What? What triggered that? Because I waited here a little bit? I've never heard that before.
Settle down, pal.
What? Eh? I have no idea. If you just stay still a little bit, crouching, maybe? Does that have anything to do with it? Maybe the magazine has something to do with it? I have never heard those two lines before. I have no idea what triggered them.
Where are you going?
What? God, I have to do some more experimenting, it seems. There's more. I don't know. But anyway.
Whoa!
You should really like me now. So now, if we try to take a picture of him, just like Paz, he has different poses that you can unlock if you...
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
If you have enough affinity. So the first one is
Make
actually
sure you get
just
a good
this
shot of my muscles.
normal standing one, and then he starts doing weird shit. Maybe the following, yeah. I should do that with Paz too.
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
MGO2 charm pose. He has a couple MGO2 poses. Nice. Yeah, we broke his glasses.
Shot of my muscles.
What is that?
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
Oh shit. This is a special one you unlock. Liquid Ocelot's arm. Also an MGO2, but of course a little reference. Yep.
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
Never mind. This is more important. What is this supposed to be?
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
It's funny because he's gonna lose that arm too. The same one. I can't believe what they fucking did with Kaz. Kaz and Peace Walker is like one of the best characters in the entire series.
Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles. Make sure you get a good shot of my muscles.
That's a
Make
muscle,
sure
right?
you get a good shot of my muscles.
Oh, he has his watch too. It's kind of cool. I wonder what watch is supposed to be. I want to see the
Make sure
liquid
you
one
get a good
again.
shot of my
There you go.
muscles.
Does he keep the pose if I walk all the way? Nice. Yeah, he even does the second part of the animation when you unequip the camera. Nice.
Start talking. Okay, okay. There's one thing I never told you.
Start talking.
You were always my...
What was he gonna say?
Start talking.
I got nothing to hide.
Alright, I think it's time to end this date.
Box time. Yeah. Ooh, got room for two? Aha. Glad to be with you, boss.
Why not? Who cares? Big Boss fucked Eva, Kaz, and Paz. Why not? Going on here? Ooh. Ah, damn. It's a guy. We're at the point in this day where we need a bunch of grills. But, S rank. Look, we can actually use that. Why is this guy in the mess hall team? Wait, no, I think the great waiting room is for grills only. Yeah. So that guy... Oh, I'm afraid we don't have much use for you.
You're fired.
What a problem to have. Is this a grill? No. Let's see if we can get some grills here.
Huh. Looks like like our reputation is spreading. We've got battle-hardened veterans from all kinds of places trying to join our army. But they insist on testing your skills to see if you're the real deal before they'll join. Let's put these arrogant upstarts in their place. Take them down using hand-to-hand strikes or CQC. If you can knock them all out within the time limit, they'll join us, becoming powerful allies. Don't disappoint them, boss. Show them what you got.
Reporting for duty.
I see one grill. Oh, they're fighting back.
Now this is CQC. This is more like it. One more time. One more time.
What fucking stamina does he have?
You win this one.
Let's see if they're any decent. I like doing these missions with high heroism. You can actually get some really good combat unit members. They should be pretty decent. It should be like high A, almost S, maybe S with
Looks like our reputation is spreading.
with
We've got battle-hardened veterans from all
morale.
kinds of places trying to join our army.
because it depends on your heroism. Although I only have 300k, I should get at least 500. And I think the cap was 1 million. I forget if the insignia is for 500k or 1 million. No grills. Damn it.
Now this is CQC. I'm not. One more. I'm not done yet. You win this one.
Not a single grill. After a while, the game stops giving you recruits. Originally on PSP, this depended on the Wi-Fi hotspots that you would find around you. It made a little bit more sense to find different ones. You would see more than one, I think, mission in the list. And so you could go around and depending on Wi-Fi hotspots around you, you would get different
Looks like our
people trying to join. But in HD and PS3 they kind of simplified it a little bit. That's not as exciting of a feature.
Reporting for duty.
Grill.
This is more like it. These guys are real. Come on, let's go. These guys are good. I give up.
That might be it for now. Maybe one more. Let's see what we got. Sausage Fest. 2 girls. Yeah, they're all pretty close to S rank, but not quite. Who cares? We're only gonna keep the girls anyway. Ape. And baboon. What the fuck? Monkey girls. And fire these other dudes. Ape and baboon.
Fired.
Alright. Right about now is when the doorknob would escape again. You can't use Kojima. You can only send him to his death against 6 enemy tanks. The doorknob escaped again.
Snake, the doorknob's disappeared again. Get out there and retrieve him.
Let's rock. Stealth.
Is this the one in the truck now? It might be the one in the no, I think she's just out. There's the one in the truck and one in the houses where Chica was.
Wait.
Freeze. Freeze.
Wait.
That's where sniper is. Wait, no, this is the one where he's hiding in the house. Yep, it's useless to look for him around the radar because he's in one of these houses. I don't think he shows up on the radar.
Freeze. Not this one. Freeze.
Oh, you can hear him.
Gotcha. Curses.
That's chapter 5 though. You're doing stuff to develop your base, your weapons, your side ops, whatever. Meanwhile, Zadornov escapes.
Acknowledged. Bring him on in.
And you would fight the AI weapons and fight Paz's diary and stuff. Well, technically that's after the second ending, but let's see. What do you want to do? Probably some Monster Hunter stuff. Well, it's Paz who's letting him out. That's why he keeps escaping.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
What would you call this, a rerun? God.
Stay out of the enemy's sight as you recover those supplies. And don't get lost.
And don't get lost. That's a hint. You could go off and do something else here. Don't get lost. Nope, we're on PS3, and you can also play on through backwards compatibility. You can play on pretty much any Xbox, I think, except the original. But I wouldn't suggest playing this game on Xbox because it's dead. You're never gonna find people to play with. If you play PS3, we do co-op every once in a while with a bunch of viewers here. And who knows, maybe it will be in the Master Disaster Collection Volume 2. Peace Walker co-op on PC, PS5. We'll have to see. But yeah, you can get lost and see something here. Yep.
Hey, are you in there? Look, by the pier.
Wish I brought the binoculars or the camera.
You see some sort of weird animal? Hey, are you in there? You see some sort of... Hey, are you in... What is this creature? It's completely beyond the realm of my understanding. You see some sort of weird animal? Ah, let me handle this. Meow. Meow. Is it not a cat? Hey, are you in? You see some sort. Hey, are you in? You see some. It's walking on 2 legs. Oh, I gotta take notes on this. Hey, are you in there? Look, by the pier. You see some. Hey, are you in?
There's some other call.
Hey, are you in? You see some.
Maybe it depends on the distance.
He is so cute. I had no idea a creature like that lives in Costa Rica.
Monster Hunter? What are you talking about? This is Peace Walker. Original Peace Walker content.
Oh my word! So darling. Bring it back with you, Snake.
Fulton.
I'm dreaming, right?
Fulton him.
I don't believe it. A real life Joy May.
Chico's losing his shit.
There's a man inside there, right? No?
He is so cute. Ah, let me handle this.
They not care if I shoot him.
Is it not a cat?
Yeah, I should have brought more items to this. Oh, okay.
What is this creature? Let me handle this. Meow. 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 Is it not a cat?
Alright. Let's see what the deal is. I can't believe Monster Hunter copied Peace Walker. I'm gonna get sued.
A talking cat. Trenya. Creatures, even rarer than a talking cat. Monsters. Sorry, kitty, but I'm no hunter. You're not exactly an ordinary yourself. Not to be rude, but I've got things to do, so if you need someone to go monster hunting with you, find someone else. Sounds perfect.
Monster Hunter is a large part of why Peace Walker even exists at all. What with portable gaming being so popular in Japan, Kojima's son not liking Metal Gear, being into Monster Hunter, pretty good part of why Peace Walker exists and is a portable game. So it's only natural that they would add some stuff to it. And also why, unfortunately, Peace Walker doesn't get much recognition in the West. Because, oh, PSP, minigame, non-canon, right? Meanwhile, in Japan, people are commuting all the time on trains and shit, and all they do is portable gaming. Although I think it's been a little bit of a shift lately. It's not as extreme as it used to be. Like the difference in popularity between portable gaming and like PC main home console gaming. But especially when Peace Walker came out, yeah, it's perfectly normal. Portable gaming is more of a big deal than your console or home console or PC. But Peace Walker did so bad in the West that they removed Kaz from Ground Zero's promotional material and only kept Big Boss. In the Japanese versions of Ground Zero's cover art and stuff, they have both Big Boss and Kaz, but in English they removed Kaz because they were afraid people would know who he is. It's kind of a shame. One of the few things that tells you there's no justice in the world. Peace Walker being underappreciated, and things like fucking Phantom Pain or MGS4, MGS3. Anyway, once you meet Trenya, you unlock these missions. We don't need to do all of them. We'll do the Gear Rex, so they came up with a unique monster for this. It's Gear Rex minus the metal. It's organic Gear Rex.
This is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle. Believe in yourself.
Here we go.
Snake, legend has it, a place called Isla del Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo.
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific. And the island in Treasure Island is based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Ah, Treasure Island. I remember reading that.
You've read it, too? Ah, that makes things easier. In Nicaragua, we too have a story about a group of pirates that encountered a flying monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
Ha! I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Oh, interesting stuff.
Want to know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know.
Doesn't really make much sense now. Because you're supposed to do this. You unlock this date way earlier in the game. Snake doesn't believe him. But then you do meet Trenya, so he believes him.
Chico, I met that talking cat.
The legendary Trenya? Really?
Trenya, yeah, that's what it called itself. Is it famous?
In certain circles, yeah.
I'm still having trouble believing it. I never thought I'd be talking to an animal one day. What a world.
Amazing you could understand his language.
Picking up the local lingo is one of the basics of intelligence work.
That's what makes you the boss. Hey, say something in Trenya's language, will you?
Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Wow. I have no idea what you're saying.
Of course you wouldn't.
So what did Trenya say?
It said it would take me to that island you talked about.
Really? Oh, take me too, boss, please.
I know you must be excited, but we don't know what's out there. Could be dangerous. I'll scout it out first.
Ah, no fair.
Come on, Chico. This isn't as cut and dry as you think. You can come next time, depending on what I find. I'll take some photos if I get the chance. Sorry, kid, but that's life.
Apparently, there are other cats that talk besides Trenya on Isla del Monstruo.
There's more of them?
Yep, they're called the felines. But supposedly they don't ever come to Costa Rica. You should try talking to them if you spot them. Who knows what kind of stuff they have to say?
Yeah, just when you think things can't get any crazier.
Also, the felines are nice to humans. So you be sure and be nice back. Don't you go attacking them or anything.
I would never hurt a defenseless little kitty.
Yeah, that's another thing I gotta try. Although it's a little hard during in the middle of the fight. Maybe the meow message works for them.
I used to have this book full of pirate lore. It had the story about Rathalos, king of the skies. Most accounts describe it as a dragon with wings, or a wyvern.
A wyvern? A two-legged dragon? Vlad the Impaler's coat of arms had one on it.
Yeah, and he was a model for Count Dracula. There are reports of ships being attacked out in the middle of the ocean. So Rathalos must be able to fly great distances. And what's more, Rathalos is said to breathe fire.
Breathe fire? An animal like that can't possibly be real.
We're talking about a monster, Snake. Forget what you think you know.
Alright, let's make this quick though. We just fucking... Wait. Trying to think.
Let's rock.
Yeah, we'll make it quick. Fuck it. And we definitely want the Walkman. Give me the bandana. And try adding the effect to this, just in case it matters.
About time. Let's go, Trenya.
Be funny if Kojima's son still fucking hated it. Even after all the effort. Who the fuck is Kojima's son anyway? You think it would be something about him out there, but maybe he just keeps a low profile. With a name like that, maybe I would too. Alright, get fucked. Wings, get the scales, get the tail. Oh, that's right. And the guy probably keeps a low profile. That's understandable, yeah. Come on. Oh, there you go. Very tip. Oh shit. That was close. Get some Doritos. Okay. Let's see if we can go talk. Oh shoot. I'm stunned. Damn it. Oh, I'm probably gonna fucking die now. Oof. Switch items, holy shit. Game freezes in here. That's really close. Get the fuck out of the way. Shits. Your brother forgotten. How does this work?
When he turns to face you slowly, get ready for it to breathe fire.
You just went away. Huh? Oh, what does he do? Oh, he gives you a supply box. That's right. Holy shit, the cat has some 308. Okay. Ah, where'd you get that, kitty? I forgot God. Okay, is that the only message that works? Shit.
Even rations, simply by pressing the action button.
I guess that doesn't work. Holy fuck. Doesn't care. This is Metal Gear. What are you talking about? Oh, 4 rations? Holy shit. It'd be useful if I could pick them up. That's crazy. 4 rations at once? So fucking annoying though. What else does he give you? Four 5-star rations. Yeah, that's really good. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. What's the barrel this time? Oh, what the fuck? He blows shit up too? I didn't know that. Nice. I had no idea. Oh no. Oh shit, did he die? No, he's okay, he's okay. I tried a little bit of Monster Hunter World. I just can't do it with these mute protagonist games. Sorry. A bunch of people talking to you, you just fucking stare at them. I can't. God damn it. Wonder if there's anything else. Am I safe here? Oof. You just barely. Oh no. Oh shit. He only throws it in that fixed spot though. That's not very useful. I wonder how much damage it does. Oh, look at them! Getting piled up on top of each other. Okay. We gotta do this. Sorry, kitty. Does he still help me if I do that? Okay, out of my fucking way. It's too fucking chaotic. I want to see if he still helps me after I hit him. Yeah, okay. Monster Hunter is not for normal people. Nice. There you go. Oh, he just takes a while. Well, I can actually use those rations. 4 5-star rations. And ammo for whatever weapon you have. And the explosive barrel. Nice. Let's do some calls.
If it flaps his legs in the air, he's getting ready to dive bomb you.
think this is how you do it, Cecile. I wonder if it does anything. Maybe it does. Is it making him come down? Nah. I'm kind of disappointed it doesn't do anything. My frames. John Fox sound. My god, you are dense. John Fox sound. John Fox sound. God damn it. Got it? Hugo knows what to do. Backseating. Fucking random. Oof. Oof. Matt. Oh no, he got wrecked again. Shit. I should have brought stun grenades for this. At all. Let's see anything. Kaz isn't saying much. Uh-oh.
Only a master hunter could bring something like that down.
C rank. All right.
This is a high-risk mission.
Anne and Mary also saw little dinosaurs running around the island.
Velociprase?
Yup. As you'd expect, they're very nimble, but no match for a firearm. You wouldn't want to get surrounded by them, though.
I'll bet. Nobody wants to be outnumbered in battle.
Right. Your best move would be to make sure they cannot encircle you.
Well, stealth is the basis of all solo sneaking missions. While it makes battle tougher, working alone has its advantages when it comes to infiltration.
That's what makes you the boss, boss. You don't need any advice from me.
Not bad for an old-timer, eh, Chico?
Nope. Still, be careful.
Wait, we don't get Tigrex ape? Maybe it's here. Oh, that's weird. Wait, oh, I'm just blind because you already played it or something.
Tigrex is a flying dragon just like Rathalos. But it's
Subtitles.
good at moving around on land too. It can blast you with rocks from a distance or
Hey there,
rush at you
GG.
with incredible speed.
People have seen it on land?
See, it said that these two lady pirates, Anne and Mary,
There you go. That makes more sense now.
now. It was there that they did battle with Tigrex.
Anne was quite a marksman, wasn't she?
Must have been a heck of a battle. I wish I'd been there.
You know, I'm not so bad with guns myself.
I've already seen how good you are.
Chico's a nerd. He has all the books and movies or whatever, yeah. Let's see. This time we'll bring... It's past 12. And we'll bring stun grenades. And we'll bring... a little bit more healing stuff. I mean, I would imagine it comes from tiger, so Tigrex makes sense. I don't know.
Let's go, Trenya.
Absolute power.
Maybe you should
Yes,
pull back
yes.
and reorganize things first.
Fuck. Get stunned, please. Oh, he's on this side now. I wonder if it makes a difference. If we could stun him where he throws the explosive barrel, maybe. Just gives you ammo for whatever weapon you have.
You can block out that one. You can block out that. You can block out that real reptile. These creatures must have fought. They think his head is arms turn red when he gets mad.
Oh, I really never noticed that.
What a war! It'll stun you if you're too close when you hear it. What a war! It'll stun you if you're too close when you hear it.
Pastorica is a very
Concentrate on his bits when he gets mad.
Oh, Dedge.
You don't have any supply markers. Are you gonna have enough ammo? Maybe you should pull back and reorganize things first.
Little shits. They're respawning. Fuck.
Hunt's over. Return to base.
see. Here, Rex is next.
This is a high-risk mission. You'll be facing some powerful opposition, but it's nothing you can't handle. Believe in yourself.
Capcom. Okay. I forgot that they put fucking Capcom
This is a high...
in there. Of course, Capcom.
Have you heard the legend about the dinosaur that came back to life as a zombie and attacked people?
Zombie? You mean the living dead?
Yeah. Dinosaurs may be extinct, but technically it would be possible for one to come back to life as a zombie.
Not so fast. Dinosaurs were real. Zombies, not so much.
What are you talking about, boss?
That
Zombies
aged well.
have been used as slaves on Haitian plantations for years. In Haiti, they've handed down a secret zombie powder for generations.
Really?
People from long ago must have used that same stuff on dinosaur remains.
But dinosaurs had been extinct for millions of years before the first humans.
That hypothesis has to be wrong. In any case, this zombie was incredibly powerful. Its name was Gear Rex. They say nothing could kill it. Some say its bodily fluids would burn right through your flesh. Then the spines that fell off his back would impale you. The pain made even worse by the deafening roar rattling every bone in your body.
You sure it wasn't just some really strong monster? Who knows what kind of dinosaurs were out there? We could be talking about something strong enough to resist small arms fire.
Are you afraid of zombies, boss?
No, I just find the whole thing hard to believe.
Maybe Big Boss is afraid of zombies just like he's afraid of vampires. We go a little harder on this one. God, so many weapons.
About time. Let's go, Trenya.
It's Rex minus the metal. Still has a railgun. Oh yeah, Ray would have been even more suited to be a monster.
You can block out that roar with earplugs or something.
This thing, you don't have any supply markers.
God damn it,
Are you gonna
guys.
have enough ammo? Maybe you should pull back and reorganize things.
Just the base of the storm is weakening the acid's strength.
The ball sack.
The tail's a real threat. Heck it off!
It looks exactly like a ball sack. Yes, there's reason to play Portable Ops. What does it read on?
Might make a decent camo. Shoot its head to weaken its roar.
Only destroy the ball sack. Oh, this is much better with this gun. Oh no. Okay.
That's a barbecue spit.
Yes, I noticed.
Use it to roast food, even rations, simply by pressing the action button.
Why did I jump down there? Fuck. And help. Hey, this is not a great spot. He's not getting stunned. Come on. Alright, but say while we're doing this, the doorknob escapes again.
Snake, Zadornov's escaped custody again. You have to track him down.
He actually wasn't the last of his kind. There's a bunch more.
Stealth.
Oh, this is the one where he's in the truck at the end. I usually even look for him.
We're under it.
Head up. I probably would have just left after one hit. The power of 45 ACP in this game.
What was that? Enemies.
Bye. You can only use the enemy outfits in versus ops multiplayer. Yeah, would have been cool.
What is it?
Maybe somebody will mod it. Yeah. Pretty sure it would be extremely simple to use the model, and if it ever comes out on PC.
Wait. Wait. An intruder? Can't be imagining things.
You can even get Kojima back. I don't remember if he's still fired in this.
Guys, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
Zadornov should be somewhere in that area. Find him.
Kojimbo, are you in there? Nope.
Nothing.
Okay, he must be a mother base then. Same ward as Volgin and the Fury. It. Why do they use that for Russian characters?
I found him, Kaz.
Close, but no cigar. Not for you anyway. Snake, we're coming to pick him up.
Let's see. Alright, I guess we'll finish the Gear Rex saga, and then Zadornob, and then Azari. Gear Rex Strikes Back.
You're not gonna believe this. Suddenly we got a Gear Rex on board Mother Base, and it's raising hell up on the deck. I don't know what we did to piss it off, but this is the biggest crisis in MSF's history. We need you to hunt it down and save our outer heaven.
Biggest crisis in Mother Base history so far. This one's actually kind of annoying.
Let's rock.
I guess we'll keep that. There's another couple in between, but just this
Last
one.
night, a Gear Rex came ashore on the southern Pacific coast of Costa Rica. From there, it headed north and reached the vicinity of Irasu's crater around noon today. As of now, it's stopped moving. Costa Rica doesn't have an army to deal with threats this big. We're getting dozens of reports of damage to nearby houses and other buildings. For the sake of peace in Costa Rica, we need you to head to the crater and get the Gear Rex under control.
Does this one have a tape to it? Nah, that's the same one. Okay, fuck it. Let's just do the Mother Base one.
You're not gonna believe this.
When you go to Mother Base, you just hear footsteps running on the platform in the middle of it. Imagine sound design in a PSP game. Also, more Mother Base locations in this game than fuck. I don't want to talk about it. Fuck that game. How did this thing get here? Can it swim? This one doesn't stay stunned nearly as long. Let's see.
Defend Mother Base. Get Gear Rex under control.
Yeah, let's try to be efficient. Help people.
You can block out that road with some getting some familiar vibes from this one. Like he was born to fight. Same as us.
You have to stop Gear Rex. It is up to you to protect Mother Base.
Why, so you can steal Zeke?
Get rid of some of those spies by putting the key on his back.
We gotta keep moving.
Hey, Fierce looking you a mayor, what? He's like some fighting machine. You think you can capture that thing alive? Look at it.
Oh, fuck that.
Fascinating. I can see the logic in the creature's form. I might even be able to apply it in my work.
You can block out that road with maybe Gear Rex is sounding the alarm or preparing the destruction of the environment.
Alright.
You can block out that road with earplugs and shoot its head to weaken its roar. You have to stop Gear Rex. It is up to you to protect Mother Base.
Holy fuck, that hurt a lot. Holy shit! 3 rations gone in one hit. I had 3 rations equipped.
Snake! There's so much more I wanted to learn from you. Snake!
Damn. Okay. I was so close too. Are they not? But rank 5 rations too. Holy shit, the scales don't even get destroyed right away. Even the scales are more health. Never noticed that. And they hurt.
Target is down.
Look at that ball sack. It even has a little ridge in the middle. It looks exactly like a ball sack. They knew what they were doing. Oh, you see, I'm just minding my own business in Mother Base, and the doorknob escaped again.
The doorknob escaped. You have to find him.
What? Really?
Stop.
Probably because they wouldn't give him the money for it.
Find
That's why.
Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Wait.
Fuck. And this one, he's in a box.
Negative. We can't spare reinforcements. We'll have to make do with what you have.
Could he be in this one? Nope. This guy's a genius hiding from Big Boss in a box. He could be in this one. There he is. Nice.
Try using Fulton Recovery on him.
Yeah, John Foxhound.
Head for the recovery.
Better than John Konami.
You up there. I knew you could do it. Piece of cake, right?
Kojima couldn't do anything else even if he wanted to because they wouldn't give him money for it. That's the entire story behind the Phantom Pain's development, by the way.
Kaz, I've located Zadornov.
Nice work. I knew you would. How could I be so stupid?
He wanted to do something else, but of course other IPs don't justify the budget, so he slapped the Metal Gear name on it, get the budget from Konami, and then he did whatever the fuck he wanted. That's how Phantom Pain came to be, pretty much. Alright, it is tapes time.
Commence target practice. As a special treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the shooting range today.
Imagine actually having a shooting range in Mother Base. Damn. Alright, Paz's Diary. These are really good tapes. Give you an idea what life is like on Mother Base and why it's so fucking disappointing once you actually set foot on it and there's fucking nothing going on. But that's another story.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my...
Wait, hold on. Did we, Yeah, I did the tape about Kaz, about Paz being a Mother Base already. Okay, yeah. We can do these, and then into the ending.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. Zadornov was paying my room, board, and tuition, but he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story, and when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really pled my case. That was helpful, but the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong, but that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kitten. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? What is wrong with them? Disgusted, I just nodded and smiled. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. They had just taken it from its mother. I named it Nuke. I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm and the kitten happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. It sickens me. Today, Chico invited me to go fishing with the soldiers. I suppose finding one's own food does have its merit, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And their prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my cover. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hands, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them lies, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to be huge. It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting the pole from behind. "Reel it in," they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface, and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it up. To my surprise, it wasn't even half a vara, rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Nuke was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day. Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let Zadarnov out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make gallo pinto. It is a simple home-cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica, so it is no surprise that a Nica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and could hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that clueless bird lover and the so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I will need to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually recorded that tape. Thankfully, Miller and his men seem to believe I mistook the tape I found for one my friend made. In any case, one can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles we'd soaked overnight. While waiting for them to cook, we sautéed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked the frying pan according to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit glum. She does have a knack for cooking, though. She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories of her mother with us. They had been separated because of Simosa, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we drained the water, stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself to be well versed in such matters, and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until, to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. Not right now, I said, trying to dodge the question. But she pressed on. It's Snake, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and played it coy. Maybe. Cecile nodded and giggled. He is pretty sexy, isn't he? What a ditz. It's all I can manage to just survive. The thought of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. New came over and rubbed up against our legs, looking for a handout. Unfortunately, it was not the kind of food a cat would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we'd achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man. Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over scuffles in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and 2 goals. The R&D team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size, but the players and spectators alike got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers through the handmade megaphones. It almost felt like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training has left them in excellent physical shape, but they lacked the honed skills of professionals, and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. "I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth," he said, quoting Snake. "We're not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right?" The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score a single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close, though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck, exhausted. The ocean breeze felt so nice on my sun-soaked body. Nuke came over. It is one of his favorite spots, and stretched out next to me. And together, we watched fluffy white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. It was lovely out today, so I decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck when Strangelove came up to me. Despite the heat, she was in her usual long sleeves and pants. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked if she needed anything, feeling her eyes creeping up and down my body like she was savoring it. Finally, she swallowed and said, "You have such beautiful skin." Bewildered, I shook my head and said, "No, not at all. I had heard rumors that she was a lesbian, but she couldn't be after me, could she?" She continued to stare and said, "No, it is beautiful, but you must not let yourself get so tanned." And then she took my hand in hers. "What is wrong with a little sun?" I asked, trying to cut the conversation short. But she shook her head violently. "No, you mustn't. A young lady should take better care of her skin." She was acting strangely now, as if aroused. She lectured me on the perils of tanning, how it ages skin, causing wrinkles and spots, and in the worst cases, even skin cancer. I knew already that tanning could cause spots, but I thought only pale-skinned Anglo-Saxons had to deal with that. Having a scientist tell me it causes aging, though, that spooked me a little. If I am to keep playing the teenager, I will have to start paying more attention to my skin. Sensing my anxiety, she took a small tube from her pocket. She said it was the sunscreen she always used. She told me to keep it. I didn't know what to say. I was more than happy to take it, but exactly what were her intentions? Was she merely being nice? Or is she really into me? Either way, there was no reason to refuse, I suppose. I have undergone training. An out-of-shape woman does not pose any real threat to me. Having power means not being afraid. It is the same on a global scale. A country with nukes can dictate terms to a country without them. I thanked her and took the tube. Then she offered to put some on for me. She squirted some lotion onto her fingers and began rolling it into my chest. It happened so suddenly, and I was so taken aback that I did not even think to protest. She caressed my stomach with her long white fingers, then slid them upwards between my bikini-clad breasts. What? Wait, I sputtered as her moist eyes met mine. She was beautiful. Somehow, I found myself captivated by this woman more than 10 years my elder. Hold still, she whispered in my ear. I nodded silently, unable to refuse. My body went limp, motionless, as if in a trance. Gently, carefully, she rubbed the lotion all over my entire body. I shouldn't have enjoyed it, and yet I could not help myself. For a moment, I was spellbound. That woman is dangerous. I had better watch myself.
Thanks, Kojima.
Protecting one's health is an important part of any agent's job. But despite my best efforts, I have caught a cold. Now that I think about it, Mother Base's numbers are on the rise, with soldiers coming from all different places and backgrounds. It is no wonder, then, that sooner or later someone would bring in a virus. That said, what I have got is just a common cold. The medical team said I'd need a few days rest, so I've been restricted to my room and put on bed rest. I thought I'd gotten used to not having anyone around to relate to, but at times like these, being alone is just miserable. All I could do is lay there and stroke Nook's back, trying to take my mind off how bad I felt. Nook just sat there, not making a sound. But I did have visitors. Amanda and Chico, Huey, Cecile, Miller, and a few of the soldiers I've become relatively close to. Amanda made me a soup with herbs she said were good for a cold. Miller told me to take it easy. I will sing you a lullaby, he said, then broke out a guitar and sang some incomprehensible song in Japanese. I did not need to understand the lyrics to know he is an awful singer. Then he said, "You know what is good for a cold? Suppositories. Here, I'll show you." He began to take off his pants, so I threw my tissue box at him to make him go away. Then Strangelove showed up, saying she had some miracle Indian cure. It has got eucalyptus extract, she said. It works best if you rub it into your chest. And then she tried to take off my nightshirt. I whacked her with my pillow, and I got rid of her. Chico brought me a little flower in a cup. It had been growing in a little bit of earth that probably found its way on board stuck to something else. I found this on the deck. Here, you can have it. He tried to act nonchalant, but I am pretty sure he's got a crush on me. None of them understand. If they thought these little visits would cheer me up, they were wrong. Tonight, Snake himself came to my room. Like the rest, he believes I am just a schoolgirl and treats me as such. "Why did you abandon your country?" I asked him. "Why create the MSF?" Of course, I knew the answers already, but I wanted to hear it from him. As I had imagined, he was not exactly forthcoming. All he would say is that his country abandoned him because all he could do was fight, and that is why he needed the MSF, because that is all he is any good for. Then he said, "Fighting is the only thing I understand, but that does not mean I have got a grudge against those who believe in peace. I am not one of them, and I do not believe in peace. Conflict is in man's nature. We fight our enemies in order to survive. Maybe we are not so different after all, he and I. But that is exactly why I'm going to have to kill him, or else he will have to kill me. When I stop and think about this wretched existence, being killed by a man like that suddenly does not seem like such a bad thing." Every month,
Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthdays fall in that month. There is something strange about a military organization having parties. Really though, it is just an excuse to drink and make noise. It is not easy to get alcohol on a fortress in the middle of the ocean. Most days they are training from dawn till dusk. They do not have time for things like drinking. That is why Snake and Miller came up with the idea, to give everyone a chance to let loose. Obviously, a bunch of boors like that are not going to bother with blowing out candles on a cake. Rather, they sit there in a cloud of cigarette smoke, drink beer, eat meat, tell tasteless jokes, and swap crude insults about one another's hometowns. But it hardly ever breaks out into something serious. They talk up a storm, but they're just having fun. It is funny. You have got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLAs, people who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. In leaving their countries behind, they leave their hatred for other countries too. Miller seemed a little protective of me. Hope they're not being too crude, he said. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller," then dropped his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine he will be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to fight the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him. But if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me. But if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt entirely. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake. Do you know Miller, Snake's right-hand man? Apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers off-limits. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily. I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there to see it. They burst out of the showers, completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. The sight of a naked man does not make me blush, but this was something else. "Maybe this'll teach you," Snake yelled as he slammed his fists into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he had been two-timing someone, and that same someone had gone to Snake with her troubles. As I see it, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she is too dumb to see through Miller's lies, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second, and Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight. "You son of a bitch," Miller yelled as he swung. "Not bad," said Snake, smiling, "but not good enough." And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Both of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for real. Miller took another swing, yelling, Try this then. Snake parried, then responded in kind. But I could tell he was not aiming for anything vital. You are one tough bastard, boss, Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he caught his breath. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. It was combat without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the two men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing, embracing and congratulating each other on a good fight. It all seemed so idiotic. I still cannot fathom such behavior. But somehow, I got the sense that for all his womanizing, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was Snake. There was no way I could ever come between the two of them, and at that thought, I began to feel as if I had lost. All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. These soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good, but somehow I got roped into getting on stage. Come on, we even both have peace in our name, said Miller. And Zadarnov, that old Ruski's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we're having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The Three-Piece Band. I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now, I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he's wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this, but it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing, but modifications to Zeke are already finalized, and I must complete my mission. Betray Cypher now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I am only delaying the inevitable. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake or me. But still, if I could just come up with some way to stall Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this?
Alright. I knew there was an cutscene.
My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective.
It's pretty sad.
But they know I am a spy. There is no more time left.
Changing her mind slowly, but it's too late.
I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Miller's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Deterrent. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I was pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Zeke was complete. He must have someone inside Mother Base besides me, spinning his tightly wound web of control, leaving no room for individual will. Typical. When they found out Zeke was complete, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to enjoy just one day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plans. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar.
Hey, Dim, thanks for the reset,
There would
man.
be trouble if it looked like sabotage. I selected one of the drive system's load-bearing parts and carefully worked to warp its shape. The leg's drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chico walked in. Maybe it was one of those nights where he could not sleep. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him, but I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him, but I could not pull the trigger. Not at him. Not in the back. Will he tell them? Or is there a chance he will keep it a secret? Protect me? No. He knows now. Knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I was doing. There is no chance he does not know. And soon, all I have built here will end. And if Cypher has another agent among them, if he finds out I tried to sabotage Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. Then it is settled. I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was complete, so Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix that. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast before Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
Oh yeah, the doorknob escapes again in the middle of all this. And then you would go to mind your own business mother base, let's say.
Survival.
And the shooting range, since we actually have a shooting range. Go figure. And let's see. Imagine having a shooting facility on your military base. Crazy, right? And this is where you would find the doorknob the last time. It only plays once, so. But luckily, this game also has a cutscene viewer that works. Imagine that. Imagine that. You can replay the cutscenes that otherwise only play once. Wow, that is such advanced PSP technology. But yeah, you would hear the doorknob of here laughing in the background. He'd be up there.
Commence target practice.
And this is fucking absurd that we have to deal with this shit. But yeah, this is the last spot where you would find him.
Big boss!
My work is done. What are you talking about?
V for victory! Rocket! Peace!
found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto.
Oh, we have the Peace Walker legs in this Zeke. Nice.
Pass. Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true.
My naked self. Nice.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't. The controls aren't responding.
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Paz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zadornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
Nice ass shot.
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz, get down from there.
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean.
My name, my age, my mission.
Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace crap. The whole teen with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz, you can't.
Call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything has gone exactly as planned. Now the
Real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
Real project?
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow,
Young
they
men.
decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies. And the zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that has long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple,
have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity. A product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter. Control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The ultimate
is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression.
You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting, Big Boss?
When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace.
Doesn't tape about how. There's not even any sort of briefing or message when you select it. Yep.
She's gonna launch a nuke. Snake, we've got to stop her. Whatever it takes. Awaiting your orders.
Stop me if you can.
Yeah, just shoot her with the M16 a little bit. It's actually not a weak point. Like Rex.
We've activated the hatches of Monday. You can use them as cover so long as they're open.
Oh, thanks.
Been so blind. My sake! No! It can't be! Are all deterrents destined to be used like this?
Straight up.
Panel is on the edge of the deck. Zeke's armor is thinner in some areas. Aim for the weak spots. Aim for the AI pod.
What AI pod? What the fuck are you talking about? They messed that one up.
How could you be so foolish?
Don't worry about collateral damage. You have to destroy Zeke. It's the only way.
Try not to hurt
Oh shit. That was actually annoying. Fucking Miller. Zeke Samurai. Shut up.
How could you be so foolish? No one's slave like yourself.
Big Summer is thinner, and don't worry about collateral. Big Summer is thinner. It's no AI. That thing has a human touch. It's gonna be a hell of a lot harder to predict.
I think that's probably all the calls. Shit. Oh, maybe you can eat Zeke too? No, I haven't done Chef Grenade yet. What does it do again? She just says, what do you think you're doing, right? Something like that. Oh, that's right. That's right. The radome actually prevents the chaff grenade from being useful. Should be the opposite. It should only be effective if you have the radome. Whatever. Yeah. It really should be the opposite. And then does she always do the jetpack after that? Second time now. Ah, fuck, she's just spamming that shit now. Oof. That would have been nice to stop it there. Does it make it change her attack pattern? Because she was gonna jump there, yeah. When she says time to wrap this up, she jumps over there.
Mother Base's gun platform to use. The control panel is on the edge of the deck.
I even thought that we should go back hunting together
Oh, come on. Okay. I guess it's a real gun.
We'll need you to tag the target directly. First, make sure you're safe by pressing up against a wall. Target confirmed. Commence attack.
Don't do that. Oh, I shouldn't say don't do that. Oh, there it is. He says both. She spends quite a while fucking that thing up. Oh, she sends these much closer to you than Peace Walker does. Why do you like these now? Ass mines. Yeah, Zeke just sits at the bottom of the ocean forever after this. What the fuck was that? But did he witness through hell? You talking about Phantom Pain? Yeah, soon he will witness.
No use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends.
How is she talking with that thing in her mouth?
Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
The peace you will know will be fleeting, elusive. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like
chosen!
Paz.
Who would have thought that little girl was working against us?
Tell me about it. She had everybody fooled, me included. Can't believe I didn't pick up on anything.
Snake, there's no point in beating yourself up over the past. But hey, maybe you should put in some practice against Zeke in case this sort of thing ever happens again. In any case, I need to go talk to Dr. Strangelove. Zeke still isn't ready.
Huey!
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? Oh, that's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
No, not at all.
No? Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen. Love is blind after all. Take your time. I'll be waiting.
Snake!
That name Paz mentioned at the end, Cypher. It's a code. It means empty. It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Cuz...
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I knew Paz and the Professor. I knew who they really were all along.
Cuz...
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this Cypher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen. MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built.
Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War's not gonna last forever. Sooner or later, it's gonna give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Cuz, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that Cypher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We're gonna be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out, together.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
Let's see, 1980, 1983, 1985. Nothing happens in 1984. Nothing of relevance. Alright, we got the credits, and then we got a few more tapes relevant to the ending. And then we'll move on to Ground Zeroes.
Petals of white cover
Danger Gamer, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Was that pin message? How about another Fox and Run instead? Sure, and the Master Collection Volume 2. When are we playing Twin Snakes? Never. Hopefully. But April. I guess. It stands for Force Operation X, which is totally used in the games, you know? Some shit you'd find on, I don't know, somewhere in the games. The XOF stands for X Operation Force. I have no idea. Like I said, it's some that shit that you wouldn't find in the games themselves. People in the wiki making shit up, or yeah, some sort of external source, whether it be manuals, guides, articles, interviews, scripts, making ofs. I don't know. But apparently, yeah, it stands for Force Operation X. Apparently. Looking forward to the remake. I'd be perfectly fine without it. But yeah, it's probably gonna be some sort of meme, at least. Look at all that literature.
forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists. And yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is outer heaven.
Foxhound run? I don't think you know what it takes to do a Foxhound emblem. There's no such thing as a Foxhound run, only a Foxhound slog. Several weeks. Maybe 1 week. Probably 2. Alright, we got a couple tapes about the ending. Shit. Did I do all these? Okay.
Remember that habit Paz had, Snake? How she always had her index finger on her upper lip like this?
Yeah. It bugged me ever since we first met her. Never figured her for a snuff user.
I can't believe we never noticed.
She used the kind where you keep a pouch of leaf in your upper jaw, let it absorb through your gums. She might not have been used to it. Probably used her finger to keep it in place.
How could Paz... We were gonna start a band together.
She was posing as a KGB agent, too.
She must have put on the act to get close to Galvez. Wonder how much Coleman knew. But the whole time she was working for some organization called Cypher.
Huh. Cypher? Ring any bells, Kaz?
Cypher. It means code, or zero in Arabic numerals.
Zero.
Does that mean something to you?
Not sure.
You know, cypher and zero were basically the same word. It's a linguistic redundancy. The word stems from the Sanskrit shunya. It corresponds to the Buddhist concept of emptiness. In Buddhism, shunya means hollow. It supposedly refers to something that's swollen and empty on the inside.
A big swollen emptiness. Just like outer space.
A big swollen emptiness, just like Phantom Pain. Ah, that's why.
Chico, I heard you saw Paz trying to sabotage Zeke before she activated.
I should have stopped her. If only I hadn't run away. I could have captured her before she got inside. If I'd done that, she'd still be here.
She was carrying a gun. Probably trained to use it too. Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have stopped her anyway. You were unarmed.
I could have at least talked to her. If I'd promised not to tell anyone, Paz wouldn't have gone and done what she did. It's just I was so shocked. I panicked. Ran away.
Chico, when you saw Paz, she was trying to sabotage it, right?
Huh? Well, yeah.
And right after that, she took control of it, tried to make me surrender. Something doesn't add up. Why would she sabotage Zeke when she was about to use it against me?
What?
Her actions were inconsistent. Even for a spy. If she wanted to destroy Zeke, she could have done it and run away. But if her goal was to steal Zeke, she'd have no motive to sabotage it.
I don't know.
Maybe your seeing her caused her to change her plan. I don't get it.
Do you think Paz was planning to double-cross Cypher? Without Zeke, she wouldn't have any way to threaten you.
If that were the case, she could have told me all that from the beginning. She wouldn't have had to try and sabotage it.
I guess so, but that was the day before Peace Day. Boss was going to sing in a band. I couldn't wait to hear her. What if she wasn't going to double-cross them? Maybe she just wanted to at least be able to enjoy that.
Chico.
I knew it! If only I hadn't run away. If I talked to her. Promise I wouldn't tell anybody.
Don't second-guess yourself. Think about who might have been hurt if you kept quiet.
Yeah, but...
Besides, we don't know for sure she's dead. She was ejected into the ocean, and she had scuba equipment with her.
Yeah.
Stop beating yourself up over the past, Chico. Put your hope in the future. The past is the past, but the future is up to you.
Right, boss.
Alright, let me think. Are there any other apes related to the ending? There's a Kaz phone call. Am I forgetting something? I really need to get these tape notifications out of the way for this save.
I gotta say, I'm surprised you helped us arm Metal Gear with nukes.
What of it?
Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful and all, but you sure about this? They may be for MSF self-defense, but they're still nukes. It's essentially the same thing as Peace Walker, which you despised.
See, that's exactly it.
What is?
You don't hide your motives. You tell the truth. That's what makes you different from those CIA bastards. They lay on the charm, win you over. And then, when things get hairy, they turn their backs on you.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Which is why I get the feeling that you wouldn't be stupid enough to use them. Okay, I'll come out and say it. I trust you.
You give me too much credit.
You think so? Besides, there's more uses for bipedal locomotion technology than weapons. We make it small enough, and it could have applications in robotics and prosthetic limbs. Maybe one day I'll even be able to walk.
Nice thought.
I want to stand on my own feet, be master of my own fate, and I'll use your strength to help me do it. If you don't mind, of course.
Nah, it's a fair enough deal.
Thanks. People can change, I know. But I trust you, Snake. I trust you to be the guy I know now.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Big Boss would never nuke half the world. Right? Right? Fuck. Not this one.
What about you?
You know, Snake, you're right. As long
We're
as we're
real
soldiers
Peace
without
Walkers.
borders, we're going to be a target. We need our own deterrent.
Yeah, we're going to be stepping into a lot of different conflicts as we roam the world, each one unique, and with its own set of geography, ideologies, and politics. If we're going to intervene in those kinds of situations, we need the threat of a Metal Gear.
Unless we want to end up like Che Guevara did in Bolivia.
Well said. Our army without borders doesn't have a land to call home. We're nomads, wanderers. What we need now is a sheepdog to guard our flock.
Right.
Maybe it's not the way the boss would have gone about it, but there are places in this world that need us, and soldiers that need MSF. And as long as we're needed, we'll keep on moving. Ours is a journey that never ends. We're the real Peace Walkers.
Ooh. Roll credits. Yes, I truly have become the Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. After all. Fuck. That's probably it. Clean up these tape notifications some other day. We redid this one, I think.
Huey's probably meant.
Yeah. Alright. So, after you do all the extra ops, you still unlock more story stuff. The very last bit of story content in Peace Walker is unlocked by doing all the extra ops. And it is the equivalent of the secret phone call In fact, it is called the secret file, the phone call at the end of each game. Who is it?
It's me. Smoothly? Naturally? No. Big Boss doesn't know the truth. No, Langley hasn't decided what to do yet. Their hands are full with their own mess. True. Lubyanka is in the same boat. Yes. Other eyes continue to watch, but no sign of contact so far. Exactly. It's a non-state army to use however they want. They've probably decided there's no sense in wiping them out just yet. Better to make use of them. Indeed they have. There's a site near Angola. And we fully validated the AI as well. Agreed. In the end, a machine is just that. A machine. Sigan was right. It seems it's time for a change in approach. Machines are best suited to specialize in high-level data processing. Yes, of course. Speaking of which, any news on the Suns? 2. Already? Really? But they're strictly an insurance policy, yes? So that's the idea. I wonder how Big Boss will respond. Yes, but I'm only interested in the business angle. Like I said before, I'm neither an enemy nor an ally. I'm merely a business partner. Don't forget it. Yes, I'll be in touch. My dear Zero.
Uh-oh. What a... Alright, let's switch to PS4.